Chapter 1153. Servant Disciple. How could you suffer like that? The Empress exclaimed. She could not bear to see her son suffer like that. My son will never be a coward. He will get up from where he fell. He will take back what he lost. The Emperor patted the Empress's shoulder and nodded approvingly. He said proudly, Prince Mo Yang was only training himself. More importantly, he would be qualified to challenge Star Butcher if he joined the longevity sect. He wanted to regain his confidence and glory. However, Princess Yu Jiao rushed in and said, Father, Mother, something big has happened. What's the matter? Brother, you must hang in there. Princess Yu Jiao looked at her brother with a complicated expression and said in a low voice, An elder of the longevity sect has come to announce a piece of news. Celestial Master Star Butcher defeated Ming Rui and became the sect leader of the longevity sect. The longevity sect wants father and brother to go and pay respects to him. What? How is that possible? Are you kidding me? Prince Mo Yang's smile disappeared. Brother, I'm not kidding. Princess Yu Jiao explained in detail. He defeated Ming Rui, the sect leader of the longevity sect. Prince Mo Yang felt as if he had been slapped in the face. His eyes were wide open and his body was trembling. He felt his head was buzzing and was about to explode. What a blow! Star Butcher was at least at the peak of the Golden Core realm. He would not be able to catch up with Star Butcher even if he cultivated for another 100 or 1,000 years. My son, you still have hope. I'm sure you can defeat him. Seeing that he was in a daze and had lost his spirit, the Empress was very distressed and nervous. She quickly hugged him in her arms and encouraged him. He, the peak of the Golden Core realm. Defeat him? That's impossible. Prince Mo Yang closed his eyes and smiled bitterly. Star Butcher, you've won. I thought you were only at level 2 of the Golden Core realm or middle stage of the Golden Core realm. My talent, my family background, my resources, they are all things that you can't catch up to. However, I didn't expect your trump card to be so terrifying. Prince Mo Yang felt ridiculous. He was like a clown and a frog at the bottom of a well. Just because he had broken through to Jindan Realm Level 3, he was already so proud of himself. Yet he still wanted to defeat Zhang Xian and become his direct disciple. However, he had already quietly defeated Ming Rui and ascended to the position of the longevity sect's leader. He had left him in the dust. Stand up from where you fell. Emperor Mo Luo was very anxious. He said earnestly, Mo Yang, where are your ambitions and aspirations? You have to pull yourself together. No, I'll just lie down where I fell. The more Crown Prince Mo Yang thought about it, the more he despaired. The Dao heart that he had just condensed was actually crumbling and collapsing. That's right, summon all my beautiful maids back. I want to indulge in sensual pleasures. I want to indulge in wine and revelry. Only in this way can I dispel the heavy pressure in my heart. Crown Prince Mo Yang laughed miserably and staggered out, leaving Mo Luo and the other two standing there looking at each other and sighing. It wasn't just in the Imperial Beast sect, the Wind Blade City, and the Cloud Mist Kingdom. Similar scenes were also happening in the Demonic Rock Temple, the Sword Palace, and other places. Many experts were paying close attention to this matter. They held an emergency meeting to discuss countermeasures. The main point of the meeting was, the longevity sect's leader, Ming Rui, has died in battle. The Yen Huang tribe's new leader, Star Butcher, has ascended to the top. We must not slaughter the Yen Huang tribe or provoke Immortal Master Star Butcher again. Jiang Tian had just stepped into the West Earth world. In less than half a month, he had swept through the longevity sect with an invincible attitude and changed the world. The name of Star Butcher shook the world. At this time, the city lord residence of Maolin City was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. It was a joyous occasion. Singing and dancing celebrated the peace. Ever since Mao Hongdai had followed Jiang Tian to the longevity sect, the entire Mao family had been living under the shadow of the longevity sect. Especially after Maolin City began to accept the Yen Huang tribe, many powers began to attack Maolin City. After all, Fairy Luo Mei was not the only one in the longevity sect. She had many opponents and enemies. Many people did not give Fairy Luo Mei any face at all. Maolin City was constantly being hunted down by the Yen Huang tribe. They fought the armies of the Mao family and Fan family. Many were sacrificed, and the entire Mao family was in danger. The Mao family was like a leaf in a storm. They were scared witless. In the end, some elders felt that they could not hold on any longer. They wanted to go to the longevity sect and confess everything. In the end, it was Mao Bohu who killed 2 of the older generation. He stood his ground and suppressed the entire Mao family. And now, Jiang Tian had killed Ming Rui on Longevity Mountain in front of tens of thousands of people. He had ascended to the position of leader and shocked many cities in the 4 countries of the north. And he had announced to the world that no country, sect, organization, or power could hunt down the Yen Huang tribe. Otherwise, the longevity sect would immediately take them down. The situation had taken a turn for the worse. From today onwards, no one would dare to challenge Jiang Tian, at least in the north. At the same time, no power would dare to challenge the Mao family and attack Maolin City. Those sects, gangs, and armies that had been causing trouble in Maolin City and hunting down the Yen Huang tribe immediately withdrew from Maolin City. Without the longevity sect, no one would dare to provoke the wrath of a nascent soul expert. Besides, Jiang Tian had already taken down the longevity sect. Today was the Mao family's grand celebration. Mao Hongdai had become the personal disciple of Jiang Tian of the longevity sect, and was personally taught by Jiang Tian and many other grand elders and elders. This was a joyous occasion, and the Mao family was celebrating with a banquet. The young masters and young mistresses of the Fan family, Luo family, and other families had all come with their parents to congratulate them. The Star Butcher is too strong. That kind of terrifying power was enough to destroy more than half of the plaza. It was earth-shattering. Ma Bilian had also benefited greatly and become an inner sect disciple. At this time, she was bragging to her sisters about the scene. He actually became the longevity sect leader. Luo Qi and the others were shocked. They could not believe it. It was like a dream. They had only known Jiang Tian for a short period of time. In their eyes, Jiang Tian was still an unaffiliated cultivator with no foundation. Especially Jiang Tian's identity as a Yen Huang tribe member. They avoided him like the plague and were unwilling to get close to him. Later on, Jiang Tian had killed Feng Batian, Beast Thunder, Zen Master Heartless, and many other geniuses on the Golden Lotus platform. They had changed their opinion of him and did not dare to underestimate him. But in their hearts, Jiang Tian was as far as they could go. In fact, Jiang Tian would not have a good time in the longevity sect. Feng Batian and Beast Thunder had seniors in the sect as guest elders and held high positions. Jiang Tian would be like a wolf in a tiger's den. He would be trampled to death. But they had not expected such an outcome. Will Senior Star Butcher be able to return this time? After hearing about the battle, Luo Qi was moved. Her beautiful eyes shone, and her cute little face was full of anticipation. That's right. Senior will revisit old places, won't he? This is the place where he rose to prominence. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present looked at Luo Qi nervously, their faces full of longing. Luo Qi sighed and shook her head gently. He's not coming back. Hearing this, everyone's faces dimmed and lost their luster. They sighed in disappointment. He's not coming back. Luo Qi was also dazed, and she murmured in a low voice. At this time, the regret in their hearts could not be washed away even by the 3 rivers and 5 seas. Originally, they had been the first to get to know Jiang Tian. If they had been as discerning as Mao Hongdai and as loyal as Fan Xiuzhu, then they would have become friends of the longevity sect. They would have been able to become elite disciples of the longevity sect and become city lords or generals. They would have received great benefits. Just the reputation of being friends of the longevity sect leader would be enough for them to brag about for the rest of their lives. Why is Star Butcher back? He is the sect leader now, high and mighty, and has a lot to do every day. Why would he care about small characters like us? Luo Qi explained with a smile. At this time, Mao Hongdai walked over and scolded, Bilin, You are not allowed to call the sect leader Star Butcher by his name. How dare you? Mao Bilian was so scared that her face turned pale. She trembled and said hurriedly, "Sister, I know I was wrong. I won't do it again." Now, she was completely convinced by this sister of hers. Not only was her cultivation base powerful, but she was also discerning. Now, she had become the sect leader's disciple. Even the princess of a country had to treat her with respect. How could she compare to her? When a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs will ascend to heaven. Mao Hongdai ignored her and walked to the back garden. She asked Fan Xiuzhu, "Is Princess Yu Jiao here?" "Yes, and Crown Prince Mo Yang is here too. He brought a lot of congratulatory gifts. It seems like he is frightened by Taichu sect leader. I hope you can mediate between them and plead for them in front of the Taichu sect leader." Fan Xiuzhu nodded and smiled. That Crown Prince Mo Yang is really annoying, but Princess Yu Jiao is indeed related to me. Sigh, I have to give her face. Mao Hongdai felt a headache coming. Half a month later, the vast amount of energy was compressed and condensed to form fake cores. Green Dragon Mystic Water, Aged Metal, Dancing Green Wood, and Phoenix True Fire. 4 fake cores floated in his dantian. Fake cores were the embryonic form of the golden core. They were considered small golden cores and were in the transitional state between the foundation establishment stage and the golden core stage. The heaven and earth spiritual chi contained in the primal chaos source stone was simply too dense. Moreover, it was the heaven and earth spiritual chi from the primal chaos source stone. It was far purer than the ordinary heaven and earth spiritual chi. It actually allowed Jiang Tian's other 4 godly bodies to evolve to the extreme, forming fake cores. In other words, Jiang Tian now had the strength of 4 divine-grade fake core cultivators. It was easy for him to kill nascent soul cultivators. The immortal cultivators call it the golden core, the Buddhist cultivators call it the Saraira, the monster cultivators call it the demonic core, and the fiendish cultivators call it the fiendish pill. But they all lead to the same destination. In essence, they are the core formed by one's own essence chi, blood, spirit, and energy. Once the fake core is formed, it is like a carriage changing its engine and turning into a car. At this moment, the 5 elements were present in Jiang Tian's dantian, forming a wondrous cycle that grew and multiplied endlessly. The fake cores of the other 4 divine bodies also allowed the earth element divine body to be formed faster. 3 days later, in Jiang Tian's dantian, there was already a vast plain with steep mountains stretching for tens of thousands of meters. And on top of it, a 10,000 feet long winged dragon was born. Jiang Tian's face revealed a gratified and ecstatic expression. Rays of divine light flickered in and out of his eyes, and he became spirited. The thick earth-winged dragon divine body was finally formed. Chapter 1154. The rain dragon stepped on the thick earth, and its body was covered in dense yellow scales. It wriggled through the mountains, and its claws grasped the resplendent stars. Wherever its tail passed, great rivers were formed. The winged dragon controlled the stars and turned them into rivers. In contrast, the originally domineering Xianxia azure dragon seemed small and weak. It cowered in the Xianxia lake with a sense of inferiority, not daring to show its head. Also, the divine body of the winged dragon had reached the initial success level, phenomenal success level, perfected level and peak stage under the nourishment of the chaotic source rock and formed a fake core of earth. All 5 fake cores were ready. If Jiang Tian combined the 5 fake cores into one, it would be a deity-grade golden core. It would be as good as the 5 elemental sacred core of the 5 elements immortal sect. It was the most powerful deity-grade golden core in the ancient cultivation theories. Even the large sects and sacred grounds in the deity realm couldn't produce one even after thousands of years and endless resources. I can't rush for quick success. Only when I have a solid foundation can I build a skyscraper. But Jiang Tian didn't do that, because his goal wasn't a sacred grade or deity grade golden core, but a divine grade golden core. He wanted to form a special divine body based on the 4 different elements and merge the 9 divine bodies into one to reach the supreme chaotic divine body. Then, he would form a divine-grade golden core. Only then would he have a higher chance of becoming a nascent soul cultivator, soul formation cultivator, tribulation cultivator, and even immortal ascension. If this news were to spread in the central galaxy, it would shock a lot of people and astonish the world. Who would have thought that at the edge of the desolate universe, in the lifeless Milky Way, and around the dried-up Earth, someone could condense a deity-grade golden core, but he still didn't care about it. Instead, he pursued the chaotic divine body and the divine-grade golden core. Boom! The Earth shook. A towering mountain that seemed to be tens of thousands of meters tall emerged from Jiang Tian's dantian. The rest of it was hidden in the boundless void. This is the divine form of the Earth-winged dragon. It can easily kill a peak-stage golden core overlord. Jiang Tian revealed a joyful expression and let out a long sigh. Divine form. That was the sign of a divine-grade golden core. It was a Dharma form that had reached the ultimate level. Every golden core overlord wanted to have a Dharma form, which was sometimes called an anomaly. Golden core overlords were much more powerful than Foundation establishment overlords because of the Dharma form. However, this did not mean that every golden core cultivator would be able to manifest the power of a Dharma power. At least a superior grade golden core, or even a transcendent grade golden core. Golden core overlord and Dharma's Dharma form was a Dharma form Dharma's Dharma form Dharma forms Dharma form. Beasts in the beasts in heavens in beasts beasts Dharma's beasts were beasts overlord beasts to form Dharma forms s Dharma forms beasts form Dharma form were not to but the godly image based on the godly body was different. Divine form was the external manifestation of a divine-grade fake core. It wasn't fake but real. For example, the golden core in one's body could form a long river that could destroy mountains and crush other people's golden cores. If the golden core was formed into a halberd, it could be released to kill people. In short, once a divine-grade golden core was released, it could be controlled by one's heart. It was better than all Dharma treasures, talismans, array formations, and so on. At that moment, he had already perfected all 5 divine bodies. However, the chaotic source cauldron was only a tiny part of it. This stone cauldron was worthy of being called a supreme divine material. It was an item that could split the heavens and split the earth apart. The energy it contained was simply too powerful. Next, I'll have to use sky-stealing sun-swapping to fuse the chaotic source cauldron into Yinglong's body and coexist with its core embryo to prevent others from discovering it. Jiang Tian thought to himself. Jiang Tian executed his mystic art. Instantly, Jiang Tian's dantian opened like a black hole, shrinking the chaotic source cauldron and absorbing it into his dantian. Jiang Tian left his consciousness imprint on the cauldron and used the earthen Yinglong to devour it and nourish it in the dantian of this divine body. In this process, it took Jiang Tian another 10 days of grinding. Next, I'll use my mystic art to deceive everyone. First, I'll suppress all my fake cores to Foundation Establishment Level 5. This will make it easier for me to condense the 4 divine bodies and new fake cores in the future. Finally, I'll reach the divine-grade chaotic golden core. Jiang Tian did this not only to leave room for him to condense the divine bodies in the future, but also to avoid the lightning tribulation. Once a cultivator reached the fake core level, they would be connected to the heavens and send down the lightning tribulation or even more tribulations. He had no choice but to condense his golden core to resist the heavenly tribulation. In the eyes of many cultivators, the lightning tribulation coexisted with danger and opportunity. It was also an unavoidable hurdle. Some cultivators even thought that the lightning tribulation was an opportunity to reach the limit. However, Jiang Tian had already gone through too many lightning tribulations in his previous life. He wasn't interested in this at all. It was just a waste of time. Yes, I'll adapt to the circumstances. Since I've already formed the earthen Yinglong divine body, I'll use the earthen lock of God. Jiang Tian thought and quickly came up with an idea. Rumble. Thick chains rose from the earth like dragons and danced in the air, entangling the Xianxia azure dragon, the whirling divine tree, the earthen Yinglong dragon, the true fire vermilion bird, and the Gingjin divine general. The chains were rooted in the earth and even connected to the inner wall of Jiang Tian's dantian, suppressing the energy of the divine bodies. Jiang Tian's fake core overlord's energy receded like a tide. His momentum was getting weaker and weaker. While Jiang Tian was reaching the limit in the Temple of Treasures deep in the Changshan sect. The true impact of Jiang Tian's ascension to the position of the Changshan sect master had just begun to spread. Jiang Tian had openly killed Ming Rui and the 3 guest elders during the bloodbath grand competition. He didn't deliberately hide it. This news couldn't be covered up at all. After all, there were tens of thousands of inner sect disciples and countless outer sect disciples present. There was also a lot of blood and flesh. 100,000 people witnessed Jiang Tian's massacre. The Changshan sect master, Ming Rui, was dead. This news swept across the entire northern region like a hurricane and spread to the entire West Earth dimension at an extremely fast speed. The Changshan sect master, Ming Rui, wasn't the founder of the Changshan sect. However, her reputation surpassed that of the previous sect masters. She was famous in the entire West Earth dimension and enjoyed a great reputation. She was the one who created the bloodbath body exchanging mystic technique and promoted many golden core overlords. Her power could be passed down iteratively. She was the one who created the 3 laws of Changshan and formed the challenge system. She stimulated the unparalleled potential of the disciples and gave a third-rate sect a new lease of life. She was the one who pushed a third-rate sect to a great sect that could stand shoulder to shoulder with Golden Rock Temple, Tingyu Floor, and Hehuan sect. Such a stunning woman had actually died tragically in a challenge. How could this not be shocking? One had to know that she had accepted numerous challenges and had never been defeated, especially when she had died at the hands of a Yen Huang tribe member, an expert from the Earth world. It was unbelievable. The Western region, the Eastern region, the Southern region, and even the Middle Greater Realm where Golden Rock Temple was located. Many regions, countries, and cities were shaken and uneasy. True immortal Star Slaughter. This time, many people remembered this name. Originally, the Yen Huang tribe was an insignificant existence in their eyes. However, they no longer dared to underestimate them. Many people judged that Star Slaughter might not have reached the nascent soul stage. He might not even have formed a true Jindan. However, his strength was definitely enough to kill a Jindan cultivator, or even the strongest of the Jindan cultivators. There was no doubt about this. No one could refute it. Even the other elite orthodoxies of the Western Earth world, such as Golden Rock Temple, Tingyu Floor, Fire Worship Sect, and Hehuan Sect, had heard of this matter. They held secret meetings to discuss countermeasures. However, the true upper echelons had received much more information than ordinary sections. After all, the longevity sect was already the 5th power on this continent. Moreover, they were extremely aggressive and murderous. How could the other powers not be wary of them and not plant spies in them? Otherwise, they would have been wiped out by the longevity sect long ago. Star Slaughter. It's Kong Teichu from the Earth world. The sect masters of the great sects and the sect masters of the 1,000-year-old sects were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets when they heard this news. Kong Teichu actually killed his way to the Western Earth world and defeated the longevity sect leader, Ming Rui. What is his intention for occupying the longevity sect? Countless eminent monks of Golden Rock Temple were uneasy and wary. Our disciple Ai Lien once invaded the Earth world. Although it was not the will of our upper echelons, will he act against us? The experts of Tingyu Floor looked towards the north, surrendering to Skylight Country and the Longevity Mountain. Star Slaughter is Kong Teichu from the Earth world. This child is filled with murderous intent. He cannot be left alive, or the Western Earth world will never be at peace. Instantly, the elite experts of the entire dimension were spreading the news and discussing countermeasures. Their killing intent surged as though they were facing a great enemy. Chapter 1155. In the capital of the Cloud Mist Country in the north. The city walls were majestic and the palaces were vast. The Spirit Gathering Array and the City Protection Array were constantly operating, emitting bright light. The array runes were shining from the sky and there were rumbling sounds, which could withstand the attacks of a golden core overlord. Dense spirit chi poured down like a waterfall. The spirit chi there was 100 times denser than that on Earth. Even the main training hall of Tianqing School had to admit defeat. Although the Cloud Mist Country was a secular country and wasn't as powerful as the Golden Rock Temple and the Changshan sect, it had the support of the extraordinary warrior mansion. There were many Foundation establishment cultivators and several Golden Core overlords there, which was comparable to many large sections. It was very safe there. Cultivators and mortals lived in harmony and it was very lively. There were many chambers of commerce and the business was prosperous. It was the shopping paradise of the entire Cloud Mist Country and even the entire north. Ladies from famous families were admiring flowers in the garden. The city lords and ministers were reporting to the imperial court. The overlords of the extraordinary warrior mansion were discussing with many cultivators, and the cultivators were trading Dharma treasures and Dharma artifacts. There were people from all walks of life. But on that day, the place was solemn. Rows of royal guards, wearing golden armor and golden helmets, holding long spears, stood on both sides of the main road. Their faces were solemn. In the sky, the overlords of the extraordinary warrior mansion were in uniform with black masks on their faces. The street was empty. Martial law had been imposed during the day and nobody was allowed to walk on the street. However, those who dared to show their faces were immediately killed. Many big shots were hiding in their mansions. They didn't even dare to speak loudly, fearing that they would be killed. What's going on? The last time the martial law was imposed during the day, there was a big change in the palace. Emperor Mo Luo and his brothers were fighting for the position of crown prince, and they started a massacre. Is there an elder of a large sect here? I don't know. Everyone was confused and felt uneasy. They felt that something big was going to happen. Emperor Mo Luo of the Cloud Mist Country was a mid-stage Golden Core overlord. The Extraordinary Warrior Mansion was also an organization formed by a group of Golden Core overlords. They were powerful and guarded the Cloud Mist Country like the Grand Preceptor. Jiang Tian had killed many Golden Core cultivators since he conquered the 3 dimensions. However, Golden Core cultivators were considered powerful even on the cultivation planets in the Central Galaxy. They could even establish their own sections. Not to mention a dimensional world at the edge of the universe. The chief of the Extraordinary Warrior Mansion was called Mo Ya, and he was also the uncle of Emperor Mo Luo. Although he was only at the early Golden Core stage, his divine elephant prison suppression mystic art had reached perfection, and he was able to fight against a mid-Golden Core cultivator. At this time, these old men wearing white robes with divine elephant embroidery patterns on their chests stood outside the main hall with their hands behind their backs. They did not dare to make a sound. They trembled and didn't even have the courage to sneak a peek into the hall. These old men were the top experts of the Extraordinary Warrior Mansion, veteran Gold Core experts. Their statuses were revered and their authority overflowed the heavens. With a stomp of their feet, the Cloud Mist Country and even the entire northern region would tremble. However, at this moment, they did not even have the qualifications to enter the main hall. Many people were shocked when they saw this. Just which distinguished guest had arrived and actually caused the Cloud Mist Country to act as if they were facing a great enemy and be on such high alert? Just what kind of scheme were they brewing? At the same time, in the main hall, a mountain-like pressure rippled out, and a golden Buddhist light filled the hall. Buddhist chants rang out softly, turning this place into the Buddhist kingdom of the West. Ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators would be forced to kneel and beg for mercy if they came here. Only the Emperor Moya, who controlled the Extraordinary Warrior Mansion and suppressed the Cloud Mist Country, stood there carefully, serving tea and doing the work of a waiter. 2 people were sitting in the hall. One of them was a young monk in a golden robe with golden Buddhist beads hanging in front of his chest. He had sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, and a red dip between his eyebrows. He looked solemn. This monk had a large body and was extraordinarily mighty. He had achieved phenomenal success in his cultivation and was shining with golden light. He looked like a Buddha, far more powerful than the Buddhist cultivators Jiang Tian had seen in the star world, the sea of suffering and the salvation. As the saying goes, a bodhisattva lowers his eyebrows while a vajra glares angrily. Anyone who saw him would feel as if they were facing a true Buddha and would be filled with reverence and fear. His vast dharma could even crush an ordinary golden core realm cultivator to death in seconds. The young monk was unfamiliar, but Emoya looked at him as if he was a god. Even if longevity cult master Ming Rui came personally, he might not have treated him so seriously. This monk had a complicated background. For example, he was the crown prince of the Golden Feather country in the southern border, the son that the Golden Feather Emperor disliked the most. He had been unrestrained since he was young and played with flowers. He was known as the #1 profligate in the royal family of West Earth. However, there were even more people who would respectfully call him Son of Buddha. Actually, there was more than one Son of Buddha in Golden Rock Monastery, but everyone still called him Son of Buddha. This showed how special his position was. Son of Buddha with Buddha nature, known as Yu Jingtian in the secular world. That year, the Golden Feather Emperor chased him out of the family. He traveled thousands of miles in the martial world and met the previous Rulai by chance. When old Rulai saw him, he was astonished and said that he was a profligate and mischievous on the surface, but in reality he was full of wisdom and had a Buddha nature. After reciting a scroll of Rulai's Mahayana Sutra, he comprehended 80% of it. Old Rulai was delighted and brought him to Golden Rock Monastery, where he imparted all of his cultivation to him. His Buddha nature stepped into the later stage of Golden Core realm and he was appointed as Son of Buddha, the disciple and successor of the current Rulai. Son of Buddha had once carried 2 Buddhist commandment knives, one of which was broken love and the other was broken desire. He traveled thousands of miles in West Earth and pierced through the vast West Earth with one knife, suppressing 4 great realms, a great region, and hundreds of countries and thousands of cities. In the past 10 years, he had traveled to numerous famous mountains and great sections. He was like a teacher and a friend to the founder of Sword Palace, the 1,000-year-old golden core sword god Wang Xianxia. He had once fought for a day and a night with the cult master of fire worship sect, Huofenshan, in the fiery desert of West Earth. He was also the sworn brother of the tower master of listening rainfloor, Shaolingyu. This child's cultivation was strong, his innate talent was high, his battle achievements were brilliant, and his connections were vast. He was the best in the whole of West Earth. Young talents like Ji Han and Crown Prince Mo Yang were proud to be able to talk to him. Even the strong practitioners of the older generation had high praises for him, calling him the Buddhist cultivator with the highest chance of stepping into Nirvana realm in the past 1,000 years, surpassing all the previous sons of Buddha. Nirvana was a special realm for Buddhist cultivators. The strength of their abilities could be summarized in one word: comparable to nascent soul realm. And at this moment, the person sitting opposite Son of Buddha with Buddha nature was the father of Crown Prince Mo Yang, Emperor Mo Luo of Cloud Mist Country. Originally, Mo Luo was the ruler of a country after all, controlling endless territory and ruling over tens of thousands of people. He had a high position and authority, but at this moment, facing Son of Buddha with Buddha nature, he actually felt a little scared. In the depths of his eyes, there was a hint of fear. The last time I saw Son of Buddha was during the Naked Festival 10 years ago. At that time, I had just ascended to the throne and went to the Golden Rock Temple to pay respects to your master, Tathagata, and accept the Buddhist title. At that time, you were just a young man who had just entered old Tathagata's tutelage. Who would have thought that in just 20 years, you would become famous in West Earth, reaching the peak of Golden Core realm and becoming Son of Buddha, the candidate for the next Tathagata? Emperor Mo Luo of Cloud Mist Country respectfully offered tea with both hands, showing a look of reverence as he smiled apologetically. I'm just a candidate. Son of Buddha put his palms together and thanked him. Then he took the tea and took a sip. He took a sip and said, "How can I be praised by Emperor Mo Luo of Cloud Mist Country? Although I have been in the sect for 10 years and haven't left the mountain, I have heard that Emperor Mo Luo of Cloud Mist Country established the House of Outstanding Scholars. Cloud Mist Country is prosperous and its people are at peace. My master, Tathagata, once said that not to mention the northern region, even in the entire 4 great realms and the central region, the Maluo Emperor's divine elephant prison suppressing mysterious art can be ranked in the top 30 in terms of true essence." At the side, Emoya was extremely shocked when he heard this, and he was also somewhat puzzled. He had heard that Son of Buddha often went around slaying demons and devils, tempering his Buddha heart and Buddha nature. His battle achievements were brilliant, so why did he say that his golden body had never left the mountain? Could it be Atoya suddenly thought of a possibility? Even with his heaven-defying cultivation and rock-solid Tao heart, he was still so shocked that his hands trembled, spilling some water from the teapot in his hands. "Son of Buddha, you're too polite. The North region is just a barren land without any top orthodoxies. It's just a remote place. It can't be compared to the central region where Golden Rock Temple is located or your hometown, the South region." Emperor Mo Luo said a few more humble words, then suddenly asked, "May I know why Son of Buddha's clone has come?" As expected, it was his clone. Mo Ya's heart was in turmoil. There were 6 great divine powers in Buddhism: karma connection, fate connection, mind connection, heavenly ears connection, heavenly eyes connection, and body manipulation. Among them, body manipulation was the most difficult to cultivate. Legend had it that it was only possible when one reached the peak of Golden Core realm. It could condense a clone and appear at will. Of course, the golden core of a Buddhist cultivator was not called a golden core, but a sarira. However, the essence was the same. It was the crystallization of chi, blood, energy, and dharma power. It was extremely powerful. At this moment, Emoya, who controlled the extraordinary warrior mansion and commanded many experts, could not help but think in fear. Although there were usually 5 or 6 bodhisattvas coexisting in Golden Rock Temple, and these bodhisattvas were all transferred and imparted their lifetime skills through the enlightenment method when the previous old Rulai passed away. Each of them had their own strengths and were incomparably powerful. However, this bodhisattva with Buddhist nature would probably be the best and become the next Rulai. "Son of Buddha with Buddha nature, please have another cup." Thinking of this, his expression became more respectful, and his already low waist could not help but bend even lower. He held the teapot with both hands and poured more water for Son of Buddha, his face full of flattery. Emperor Mo Luo was not being polite. What he said was the truth. For these top experts who are famous in West Earth, Yunnan country and even the entire North region is really a remote place. Emoya thought sadly in his heart. In the other 3 major realms, there were unparalleled sects with thousands of years of history, immortal sacred grounds, and many veteran gold core experts who had lived for thousands of years. There were even nascent soul old monsters who were not far away from the legendary nascent soul heavenly lords. However, although Changsheng sect had a history of thousands of years, its real rise was only 300 or 400 years ago. 300 or 400 years of history was extremely long for ordinary people, but for gold core experts who had lived for thousands of years, it was just a small part of their lives. Changsheng sect's foundation was too weak. It only had a dozen or so gold core experts and no nascent soul old monsters. It was still incomparable to Fire Worship sect, Tingyu Tower, and Hahuan sect. Compared to Golden Rock Temple, the difference was like heaven and earth. Son of Buddha smiled but did not say anything. Behind him, an old arhat put his palms together and said, "Benefactor, I heard that a peerless expert, immortal Master Xing Tu, suddenly rose in Maolin city of Yunnan country. He defeated Ming Rui and is about to hold a perfected immortal ceremony." It is true. Emperor Mo Luo's eyes were calm, but he sighed inwardly. He had indeed come for the new sect master of Changsheng sect, Xing Tuesday. Perhaps there would be great waves in the world. Chapter 1156. This star butcher has an unusual background. He's Kong Teichu, the sect leader of Tianqing school on Earth. He's from the Yen Huang tribe. The Buddha Nature Arhat said with a half-smile. I didn't know that. The Mara Emperor pretended to be shocked and then smiled. He's just an ant on Earth. He's nothing to worry about. If he sees the Arhat and Tathagata, he'll definitely become the most devout believer of the Golden Rock Temple. I'm going to kill him, the Arhat said with a smile. Even Emoya was surprised. He didn't understand. The Golden Rock Temple had always promoted equality. They didn't like killing and punish the evil. Why would the Buddha Nature Arhat want to kill Kong Techu so much? The Tathagata of the Golden Rock Temple had even persuaded Ming Rui to abolish the 3 laws of longevity and stop the blood-bathing ceremony. Now, Kong Techu had become the leader of the Changshan sect and abolished the 3 laws of longevity and the blood-bathing ceremony. Wasn't that what the Golden Rock Temple wanted to see? Of course I don't want to kill. The Buddha Nature Arhat put his hands together and said with a merciful face. However, this kid has a deep enmity towards the dimensional world, because he thinks we're hostile to Earth. It's just the Changshan sect's idea to invade Earth. Not to mention the Arhat and the leaders of the large sects, even I am just a golden core cultivator. Why would I take Earth seriously? The Mola Emperor shook his head and said, But will he believe us? The Buddha Nature Arhat chuckled. Mara was stunned. Emoya was also deep in thought. He can't tell if we're friendly or hostile to him. The Buddha Nature Arhat said calmly. Even if we're friendly, will he believe us? He can't tell. We'll think he's friendly or hostile. Even if he's friendly, will he think that we already know he's friendly? No one can be sure. Now that we've exposed each other, we have to strike first. And according to my investigation, this kid has always been the first to strike. Within the Earth civilization, he is like this to his own kind, let alone us. Is there any possibility of negotiating with Kong Techu? The Moro Emperor asked after a moment of surprise. Even if he doesn't do anything, what about the humans on Earth? The Buddha Nature Bodhisattva's gaze was focused and he didn't say much. Earthlings are nothing but ants. The Mara Emperor shook his head. There was no arrogance or disdain on his face. Instead, he was calmly stating a fact. Yes, they are like ants and you and I are like goshawks. The Buddha Nature Arhat smiled bitterly inside. Originally, they were 2 groups that had absolutely no intersection. The ants were content with a piece of leaf and were satisfied with the grains of rice. They would not raise their heads. They would not envy the goshawk soaring in the blue sky and the white clouds. They would envy him for eating white rabbits. As for the goshawk, it will never look at an ant in its entire life because the ant isn't even worthy to be its food. But now, something strange has happened. An ant actually soared into the sky with the light, biting a goshawk to death. Don't you think this ant is very strange? It is very strange. Mara's heart skipped a beat. The Buddha Nature Arhat seemed to have thought of something. A calm and benevolent smile appeared on his face. He sighed and said, When the Buddha preached, I once saw an ant bathing in the Buddha's light and flying. They will eventually fall. Mara said with certainty. I also heard that Wugong, outside Maolin City used to be a small centipede 1,000 years ago. She had heard of the Buddha preaching sutra and Ming Rui Dao. 300 years ago, she turned into a human and killed Qi refinement and foundation establishment cultivators like cutting grass. The Buddha Nature Arhat smiled. As far as I know, many inheritances on Earth have been cut off. It's not easy to ascend. The Mara Emperor became more and more uneasy, but he still insisted. It's not cut off. In other words, Kong Techu will form a new inheritance. The Buddha Nature Arhat shook his head and said with a smile, As you said, the inheritance has been cut off. I even saw an ant once. When this little monk was 5 years old, termites were born in the imperial palace. The workers in the imperial palace dug trenches around the termites' nests and poured a lot of black oil from the scorched desert into the trenches to ignite them. Do you know how those ants broke out of the encirclement? They broke out of the encirclement? That's impossible. The Mara Emperor's face was full of surprise. After the ants reached the trenches, they stacked on top of each other and formed an ant dam. The ant dam continued to rise until it reached a height of more than a meter, forming a black wall outside the trenches. Then, the ant dam began to move toward the trenches. Its surface wriggled in the light of the fire, like a black python. The Buddha nature Arhat said in a daze. In the roasting of the fire, smoke popped up from the surface of the ant dam, and the air was filled with a pungent burnt smell. The ants that were burnt on the surface of the ant dam kept rolling down and falling into the fire ditch. A circle of strange green fire was formed on the edge of the fire ditch, and the surface of the ant dam was replaced by a new layer of ants. The entire ant dam was still standing firmly on the edge of the fire ditch. They wanted to erect a high wall and use the potential energy to make the ant balls roll down. Although ants were constantly burned to death in the process, a large number of ants still climbed to the top from the other side of the ant dam and gathered into large black ant balls. Each ant ball contained millions of ants. These black balls rolled down from the top of the ant dam. Some of them were swallowed by the fire, but most of them rolled across the trenches and reached the other side of the trenches. In the process of passing through the fire, the outer layer of the ant balls was scorched, but the countless ants still clung to each other, forming a layer of scorched shell outside the ant balls to protect the ants inside. When they rolled onto the ant balls on the other side of the trenches, the outer layer of scorched shell quickly cracked and the balls dissolved into the ants. They escaped. The Buddha nature Arhat closed his eyes as if he was recalling the scene. His eyelids twitched slightly and his face was a little frightened. He said in a trembling voice, "From then on, I didn't dare to look down on ants anymore. Ants are good at climbing and building the foundation for their companions. They are not afraid of sacrifice. If they pile up one by one, as long as there are enough of them, they will definitely pile up into a pile of ants that can touch the sky. They will devour the goshawks. Especially when they think that the goshawks will eat them as food and can't survive. This speed will be greatly accelerated. Even the ants will evolve into a species that is even more terrifying than the goshawks. Just like Kong Techu." In the silence, outside the palace, deep in the dust clouds, a goshawk's cry suddenly came, full of fear and uneasiness. It seemed to have heard the Arhat's words and heard the big ant pile that reached the sky. It seemed to be terrified. So, Kong Techu must die. The Buddha nature Arhat opened his eyes. His body was surrounded by a golden Buddhist aura and lightning. His eyes were full of fierce thunder, like the eyes of a Vajra before slaying demons. However, although Kong Techu's cultivation is not high, he seems to have the combat power of a perfected golden core cultivator. Even the Xianxia sect master, Ming Rui, was killed by him. The Mara emperor warned, "Arhat, you must be careful." "Don't worry," the Buddha nature Arhat said calmly. "In the end, Kong Techu is still a small fry. Don't think that he is something just because he killed the Xianxia sect master, Ming Rui. The blood-body exchanging art is actually a fiend art. It has a strong fiend will. If you practice it to the end, you will be devoured by it." Ming Rui is only a third-rate sect master among the peerless sections. She is not even comparable to the Zongzi and Path Chosen. In terms of real strength, she is only in the top 20 of the perfected golden core cultivator level. She is only in the top 5 of the perfected immortal role of West Earth. She has been challenging people everywhere. Everyone wants to live in peace and respect for her. 3 years ago, she challenged me recklessly. I defeated her with one finger. She went into seclusion for a few years to recover her broken body. She did not dare to show up. If I want to kill her, she won't be able to live. I did not kill her because I don't want trouble. I also did not want to let her live. Without the evil Xianxia sect, how can we show the mercy of the Buddhists? If they don't kill, how can we release the souls of the dead and build merit? Hearing this, Moya's heart almost jumped out of his throat. He looked at the Buddha nature Arhat in horror. He had defeated Ming Rui with one finger and injured her so badly that she had to go into seclusion for a few years. The Buddha nature Arhat was so powerful that it was unbelievable. Moreover, he was only a Buddha nature Arhat. If he was so powerful, how powerful would the Buddha be? However, a goshawk uses its full strength to catch a rabbit. Besides, this Kong Techu is no small fry. This time, I will join forces with the fire worship sect, Tingyu Floor, many experts, and many cities in the 3 realms to kill him. The Buddha nature Arhat sipped his tea and said calmly, "This is strategic disdain, tactical disdain. I believe that His Highness Arhat will be able to win in a single move." The Mara Emperor said respectfully, "You can't stay out of this." The Buddha nature Arhat smiled faintly. If Kong Techu establishes himself in West Earth, besides taking down the Changshan sect, he will also control the mortal world. You will definitely have to give up the position of Emperor of the Cloud Mist Kingdom. Why? I have no quarrel with him. The Mara Emperor did not understand. You had a part in the massacre of the Yan Huang tribe. Especially after Kong Techu rescued the Yan Huang tribe, you still attacked Maolin City. With Kong Techu's might as the overlord of the 3 realms, will he spare you? The Buddha nature Arhat smiled. Right now, Maolin City has become the gathering place of the Yan Huang tribe. I heard that Kong Techu's coronation will be held in Maolin City as well. This is a very important signal. The Mara Emperor's face changed. Chapter 1157. Jiang Tian had risen from Maolin City, and Mao Bohu had been his staunchest supporter. Now that Jiang Tian had become the longevity sect leader, the ascension ceremony would not be held in the longevity sect, but in Maolin City. This showed how much he valued Mao Bohu. And Mo Luo had once hunted down the Yan Huang tribe and attacked Maolin City. Jiang Tian was a vengeful man, and naturally wanted to get rid of the Mo Luo royal family. And in Jiang Tian's eyes, Mao Bohu was probably the best choice. With everything ready, how could Jiang Tian not act? Saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-storied pagoda. I beseech the Buddha nature Arhat to lend a helping hand and save the Mo family. Thinking thus, the Mo Luo Emperor's forehead broke out in sweat, and his fear reached an unprecedented level. Sincere words. A Jin Dan expert, the sect leader of a major sect, was high and mighty, like a god or an immortal. He viewed human lives as ants. Offending him would not be as simple as annihilation. That was a light punishment. Before, the previous king of Skylight had offended the longevity sect leader, Ming Rui, and Ming Rui had killed 1 million people and turned the country upside down. And Jiang Tian was not just a peerless sect leader. He was the ultimate ruler of Earth, stellar sky, and celestial border. Such an expert could wipe out a country and wipe out a city. He would wipe the Cloud Mist Kingdom off the face of the continent. When the time comes, you can just follow the army and join the battle. Besides, we will also invade Maolin City. The Buddha nature Arhat nodded. That's no problem. But little Emperor, I have a presumptuous request. After hearing this, the Mo Luo Emperor agreed readily, and then begged humbly. Speak freely. The Arhat smiled warmly. This junior beseeches your highness to take my useless son, Prince Mo Yang, as your disciple. The Mo Luo Emperor knelt on the ground, his forehead pressed against his hands, unusually pious. Prince Mo Yang was of the same generation as the Arhat. But the Arhat was already at the great circle of Jindan, and had mastered the body's will mystique. His dharma was vast, and his cultivation deep, far surpassed his peers. Furthermore, the Bodhisattva had the potential to become the new Tathagata. At that time, Mo Yang would be one of the new generation of Bodhisattvas, which was equivalent to the personal disciple of the new Buddha of Golden Rock Temple. This was a great blessing and endless glory. Good. The Mo Luo Emperor was so moved that tears streamed down his face as he kowtowed incessantly. I'll take my leave first. After discussing some more details, the Arhat smiled. Then his body, which was covered in golden light, crumbled like a pile of golden sand, turning into wisps of light and disappearing from the hall. Beside him, the old monk also left on a cloud. That mountain-like pressure also disappeared, allowing Emoya to finally heave a long sigh of relief. Only the Mara Emperor was left, still sitting there, drinking tea with a complicated expression. At this time, Mo Yang walked in drunkenly from the outside and said excitedly, "This time, Kong Techu is done for." When he learned of Jiang Tian's valiant battle record, his courageous spirit was completely shattered. When someone was stronger than you, but you thought you could still catch up, you would be jealous, and this kind of jealousy would even give you a great motivation. But when someone was so strong that you could never catch up, only despair and decadence would be left in your heart. You would only hope that this person would be destroyed, no matter who destroyed him. Emma Yang, in order to let you win the favor of the Arhat, I bet the fate of the entire royal family. The Emperor of Mara country said earnestly, I'll work hard to cultivate. Mo Yang secretly gritted his teeth and took a swig of wine. At this time, Princess Yu Jiao walked in quickly and bowed respectfully. Yu Jiao has returned from the Mao family of Maolin City. Greetings, father. How was it? The Emperor of Mara country asked with a trace of affection on his face. I sincerely apologize and present a gift according to father's order to get closer to the father and daughter of the Mao family. Princess Yu Jiao said with a joyful face. Mao Hongdai asked the Taichu sect master about this. The Taichu sect master's original words were, that was then, and this is now. Back then, we had no choice but to serve Ming Rui. Hence, let bygones be bygones. As long as we remain loyal and diligent in our work, the position of Emperor of the Cloud Mist Country will forever belong to our Mo family. The Emperor of Mara country sneered. This is very likely a stalling tactic. Not only is this kid powerful and talented, but he is also very shrewd and cunning. Princess Yu Jiao's expression changed drastically. Father, why are you laughing like that? I just met the Arhat. The Emperor of Mara country was smug as he briefly explained the situation. What? Princess Yu Jiao immediately panicked. That Kong Taichu is too powerful. We can't mess with him. He's a peerless expert who can easily kill Ming Rui. Kong Taichu is indeed a genius. He can kill a late-stage golden core cultivator with his foundation establishment cultivation. He is a peerless genius. The Emperor of Mara country sneered. But it's different if the Arhat makes a move on him. The Arhat's Buddha nature can destroy the world with one word. The Arhat is representing the Golden Rock Temple this time. He has joined forces with the Fire Worship sect, Tingyu Tower, and the Hahuan sect, some medium-sized sects, such as the Sword Palace and the Demon Rock Temple. There are also many countries other than the northern region. With an army of millions of cultivators, even 100 Kong Taichu will be crushed to dust. Princess Yu Jiao's heart skipped a beat when she heard this. Not to mention the Fire Worship sect, Tingyu Tower, Hahuan sect, and the cultivator armies of many countries, the Changshan sect alone could not catch up with the Golden Rock Temple. Their strength and foundation were too weak. However, her intuition told her that Jiang Tian was very dangerous and should not be messed with. So, she said earnestly, Father, this is a battle between the major sections. We are just a mortal country. Why should we get involved? We don't want to be implicated. Fortune comes from danger. The Maro Luo Emperor showed his ambitious side and said with a determined face, if we curry favor with the Arhat and the Golden Rock Temple, the Maro family will be able to stand for hundreds or thousands of years. We can even become the master of the northern region and replace the Changshan sect. The entire West Earth was surging and soldiers were gathering for Jiang Tian to defeat Ming Rui and become the sect master of the Changshan sect. Jiang Tian had reached the end of his seclusion. At this time, Jiang Tian was sitting in the depths of the treasure trove palace. His face was full of pain and he groaned from time to time. Gingjin, swirling green wood, green dragon mystic water, vermilion bird true fire, and Inglong thick earth. These 5 golden core embryos condense the essence of Jiang Tian's 5 innate divine bodies of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Behind each fake core, there was a secret art that could shake the universe. It represented the strongest divine body in the endless universe. These fake cores were all divine-grade fake cores. A fake core was just a rough embryo of a golden core. However, a divine-grade fake core could kill a superior-grade golden core cultivator or even a nascent soul overlord. That was the power of a divine body. At the moment, Jiang Tian had 5 divine-grade fake cores. Even if there were a dozen golden core overlords, Jiang Tian wouldn't feel any pressure at all. When Jiang Tian combined the wind, thunder, ice, and darkness divine bodies with the fake cores, he would have the chaotic divine body and the most powerful divine-grade golden core. His strength could be summed up in a word. He could kill a nascent soul overlord. At the same time, Jiang Tian used his art of deception. Many Grand Dao chains with giant and heavy god-suppressing locks flew across the sky like dragons. One end of the chains was inserted into the endless void and the other was rooted in the thick earth. They tightly bound the 5 divine bodies and compressed the golden cores to the extreme. In the end, the energy of the fake core was suppressed to the 5th level of the foundation establishment level. Then, with the help of the sky-stealing, sun-swapping divine art, Jiang Tian's energy was very ordinary, like an ordinary young man without any cultivation. The god-suppressing locks and the Grand Dao chains could be used to hide from the heavenly tribulations and the overlords of the ruins of deity. In addition, it also left enough space for Jiang Tian to condense the other 4 types of divine bodies and their fake cores to perform their punches and kicks. At the same time, it would also make the 5 divine bodies more condensed and powerful. The cauldron of the chaos source is so extraordinary. It has already merged with the Dantian of the flying winged dragon. They are all divine bodies, but the power of the flying winged dragon is much stronger than the other divine bodies. Jiang Tian's divine sense probed the yellow dragon that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. The corner of his mouth involuntarily revealed a trace of a smile. Wealth, companions, arts, land, providence, and the 5 elements of cultivation, but heavenly materials and earthly treasures were always the most important. The cauldron of the chaos source was called a divine material, so the divine body it formed was much more powerful than the other divine bodies. It could even tear apart a golden core cultivator and fight against a nascent soul cultivator. But Jiang Tian wasn't done yet. A man's wealth is his own ruin. The cauldron of the chaos source is a heavenly material, a divine material, but it can't be used easily. However, the galaxy crystal sand is more suitable for use, so it won't be too shocking. Jiang Tian's mind moved and he refined the galaxy crystal sand into his Dantian one by one and into the body of the earth-winged dragon. This was also a painstaking effort. Even though Jiang Tian's cultivation had increased greatly and many of his divine bodies had formed fake cores, it still took Jiang Tian a week's effort. But if it was before, Jiang Tian would probably have to spend a year's effort. Finally, after doing all this, Jiang Tian revealed a look of joy. He took a deep breath, walked up the stairs to the 1st floor of the treasure hall, and opened the door. Outside, the sun was shining brightly. This time, Jiang Tian spent more than a month in seclusion. "Master, your seclusion is over." Outside the door, Tang Linglong jumped up happily. Yi Karen, Lady Wu, and Li Wuji also looked over in shock. Kong Teichu's seclusion this time caused quite a commotion, but it seems that his cultivation didn't increase by much. Li Wuji was surprised. But he didn't know that Jiang Tian had already used the thick earth divine chains to forcefully suppress his aura. If it completely erupted, he would probably be so shocked that he would pee his pants. In the past few days, they had been guarding Jiang Tian here. Although it was said that they were guarding Jiang Tian, in fact, they had received a lot of nourishment from Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian had to release the aura of the 4 divine bodies when refining the chaos source and galaxy crystal sand. These auras were far more powerful than the aura of the deity world and were a great blessing for anyone. Tang Linglong's mid-stage foundation establishment cultivation was also more stable. Li Wuji, Yi Karen, and Lady Wu also had their own breakthroughs. Jiang Tian nodded. His eyes were like lightning as he said leisurely, "After the sect leader ascension ceremony in Maolin City, we should return to Earth. I miss my Qinger and the baby very much. This matter has been prepared according to your wishes. We can set off immediately." Mao Hongdai stepped forward and said softly. At this time, the Grand Elder's white beard was struggling. In the end, he gritted his teeth, stepped forward, and bowed. "Sect leader, in a day's time, the Golden Rock Temple will hold an open ceremony that will last for 10 days. According to the previous rules, you must attend. Should your sect leader ascension ceremony be postponed for a few days? Chapter 1158. Golden Rock Temple was undoubtedly the oldest and most powerful orthodoxy and force in Westland. Compared to it, Xianxia sect was like a weak young man facing an iron tower. They were no match at all. Golden Rock Temple's Tathagata had always attached great importance to the Unchained Festival. Previously, even Ming Rui dared not to attend. If he did not attend, he would be disrespecting Golden Rock Temple. Now that Jiang Tian's foundation was unstable, how could he bear the power of Golden Rock Temple? Unchained Festival? Jiang Tian was astonished. It's also called the Unchained Festival. It's a festival for all the Buddhist sects in Westland led by Golden Rock Temple. It's held once every 5 years in Golden Rock Temple. Mao Hongdai explained to Jiang Tian, and Jiang Tian understood. It was a charity festival held once every 5 years by Golden Rock Temple of Thunder Sound Mountain. Unchained Festival meant that the nobles and the commoners of Taoism would all be unchained. During the festival, Golden Rock Temple would donate all its treasures to various cultivation sections. Eminent monks would wear Taoist robes and sit in small carriages. Tathagata would personally promote the Nirvana Sutra to everyone. The abbot would set up a Taoist temple for millions of people. But the Unchained Festival was not only about charity, but also about punishing evildoers, suppressing tyrants, and practicing the concept of equality. Westland was a firm believer in Buddhism. In the top orthodoxies of the 4 realms, whether it was Tingyu Tower, Sect of Flame, or Hahuan sect, any new sect master would be conferred a title by Tathagata. Generally speaking, every sect master was Tathagata's disciple. Those medium-sized orthodoxies also needed Golden Rock Temple's permission to change their sect masters. Usually, 1 or 2 eminent monks would show up as representatives. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the right to do so. Even in the doctrine of Xianxia sect, many of the ideas of reincarnation and afterlife had the shadow of Buddhism. Although Mao Hongdai had matured a lot during her time with Jiang Tian, she was still afraid of Golden Rock Temple. In her words, she also hoped that Jiang Tian would attend the Unchained Festival first before holding the sect master ascension ceremony. Jiang Tian laughed and said, "I don't believe it. I won't go. Nothing is more important than meeting Tathagata and conferred a title than going home to see my wife." The Supreme Elder had a white beard and an ugly expression on his face. He was extremely worried, but he did not dare to say anything else. When Jiang Tian left the Xianxia sect and arrived at Maolin City, the sectmaster's ascension ceremony is a grand ceremony for the entire Xianxia sect, the 4 kingdoms in the north, and thousands of cities to celebrate the new sectmaster's victory and ascension. When the Taichu sect master ascended to the top, he invited heroes from all over to announce to the world the might of the new sect master. City Lord Mao Bo who greeted him from afar, his face beaming with joy. "Greetings, true immortal grand primordium. The Taichu sect master has blessed all living beings. He is the savior of the Yan Huang ancient tribe." Throughout the city, hundreds of thousands of Yan Huang tribe members prostrated themselves in worship with tears in their eyes. They were very devout, and their prayers soared into the sky as though they were seeing a god. The Yan Huang tribe has produced a dragon. Our Yan Huang tribe can finally stand up. Beside Mao Bohu, there were a few elders from the Yan Huang tribe who had accompanied him to welcome him. All of them were trembling with emotion, tears streaming down their cheeks. In Maolin City, in front of the City Hall Square, there was a tall bronze statue. This bronze statue was 100 zhang tall, and could be seen from all over the city. It was dressed in a Daoist robe, and held a sword in one hand and a scroll in the other. It was dashing and its gaze was authoritative. The heart of the zither, the courage of the sword, and the heroic spirit of the heart of a woman. On the pedestal, there was a couplet. "Master, this is your bronze statue. So handsome. Io, is the one next to it mine? But a little fierce." Tang Linglong covered her mouth and exclaimed, her little face red with excitement. After all, she was still young and did not have much experience. It was her first time being molded into a bronze statue. It was indeed Tang Linglong's bronze statue. Long robes billowed, and it was dozens of meters tall. 24 flaming flying swords stabbed into 3 opponents. They should be Lauder, the Beast Python, and Feng Ao, but they were all very ugly. Other than that, there were bronze statues of Lady Wu with dual blades, Yi Karen with a sword, and Li Wuji, who was a size smaller than Tang Linglong. But Li Wuji held a horsetail whisk and did not fight or kill. He did not have any heroic spirit and looked like a bystander. Li Wuji's face was filled with embarrassment. Maolin City had now become the gathering place of the entire Yan Huang tribe. It turned out that they were trampled on like pigs and dogs, hunted down, and almost exterminated. They did not even have the right to be food and were the even more lowly Huanggu. And now, at least in Maolin City, in the various cities of the northern border countries, no one dared to look down on them, and they even had to treat them with respect. 300,000 Yan Huang tribe members had spontaneously built bronze statues of the master and disciple, without sleep or rest for dozens of days and nights. This was to thank them for their kindness, and to commemorate their heroic deeds. Sai, the leader of a great sect. He has such strength. No wonder he looked down on my aunt. In the crowd, Fan Xiuzhu looked at Jiang Tian with admiration. Although Jiang Tian was only at the Foundation establishment realm, he had the battle strength of a Jindan Great Circle cultivator. He had made a name for himself at the blood-bathing ceremony, killed Ming Rui, and became the leader of the longevity sect. Not to mention the longevity sect, which was one of the top orthodoxies, even the beast-controlling sect and Sword Palace, which were second or third-tier orthodoxies, were important. Now, not just Maolin City, but the entire northern border was celebrating Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian did not need to do anything. He just needed to sit there and be worshipped, and everyone would treat him as the supreme being. Who would have thought that he would become the leader of the longevity sect? Mao Bilian, Luo Qi, and the other young ladies of Maolin City were very excited. They had become the backbone of this ceremony, and were busy. Although they could not make friends with Jiang Tian now, as long as they could serve Jiang Tian, it would be their honor. The ceremony began quickly. More and more people arrived. This time, it was much grander than Fairy Luo Mei's ceremony. Maolin City was crowded with millions of overlords. In the sky, flying Dharma artifacts such as cloud towers and flying ships covered the sun. Countless rays of light crossed the sky like rainbows. There were more than a dozen main streets that were more than 20 miles long from the plaza to all directions. There were banquets, delicious wine, and wine. On this day, Foundation establishment cultivators, who were rarely seen on normal days, were simply innumerable. It could be said that the number of powerhouses was like the rain, and the number of crowns was as high as the clouds. There were even quite a few golden core powerhouses present. Prince Mu Yang of Tianlang congratulates the Taichu sect leader on behalf of our parents. Emperor Xianbing of Extreme Ice Country and Prince Jihan congratulate the Taichu sect leader on his cultivation and longevity. City Lord of Windblade City of Yunlan congratulates the Taichu sect leader on his success and becoming an imperishable orthodoxy. Prince Mo Yang and Princess Yujiao congratulate the Taichu sect leader. Sect leader of the Beast Control sect requests an audience with the Taichu sect leader. It was not just the city lords and sect leaders of the Yunlan country who had come. Almost all of the major cities, sects, and even royalty from the 4 major countries of the northern region had come to congratulate him. So many people. Luo Qi was shocked and murmured, "Even Prince Jihan is here. He's my idol, and he was so polite to me when I received him. He even smiled at me." The Taichu sect leader is at the peak of the Jindan realm. He's on par with the giants of the world. And he's not even 30 years old. In the future, he'll dominate the northern region for hundreds of years. He might even surpass the sect leaders of the other 4 major orthodoxies. Mao Bilian said proudly. The Taichu sect leader rose from Maolin City, and Maolin City has become an important gathering place for the Yan Huang tribe. Prince Jihan should have heard that you and I know the Taichu sect leader. How would he dare to slight us? But deep down, he was still a little disappointed. His sister, for example, was now the personal disciple of the Taichu sect leader. Her status was even more terrifying. Even Princess Yu Jiao had to bow to her respectfully when she saw her. This time, the experts had gathered, and it was an eye-opener for everyone. Especially the Yunnan country, the Beast Control sect, and Prince Jihan. They had been enemies with Jiang Tian, but now they were trembling in fear, their faces ashen. They were afraid that Jiang Tian would wipe them out, and so they went to Maobohu to express their loyalty again and again. When the majestic horn sounded, the drums were beaten 3 times. Amidst the silence and solemnity, Jiang Tiankai flew to the high platform built above the square, accepting everyone's kowtows and congratulations. At this time, Jiang Tian had black hair and black eyes. He was dressed in white robes, and his handsome features made him look like a god. Next to him were 2 pretty girls. They were Tang Linglong and Jiang Tian's new disciple, Mao Hongdai. He's only 30 years old, but he's already a golden core cultivator and wants to become the sect master of the Changshan sect. He's so talented. A few hundred years later, he might enter the soul formation level and become a grand cultivator, surpassing this world. Emperor Xianbing of the extreme ice country was shocked, and his face was full of admiration. He used to think that his son, Prince Jihan, was a peerless genius, but compared to Jiang Tian, he felt that he wasn't even worthy of carrying Jiang Tian's shoes. Not even a nascent soul heavenly lord, let alone a soul formation grand cultivator. Prince Mu Yang of Tianlang shook his head and heaved a sigh. There hasn't been a nascent soul cultivator in West Earth for 10,000 years. It is said that the Lotus Heart Tathagata 3,000 years ago, with his unparalleled talent and boundless dharma, he condensed a 6th-grade golden core Sarira and successfully formed his nascent soul. However, in the end, at the ripe old age of 900, he passed away in meditation. Everyone nodded with a complicated look in their eyes. A golden core cultivator could live for 1,000 years under ideal conditions. But a nascent soul cultivator was different. They could live as long as the sky and could control the world. That was why they were called heavenly lords. Many golden core perfected immortals who died of old age speculated that West Earth was limited by the thin spirit chi. It was impossible to reach the nascent soul level. And yet, Jiang Tian had a chance to become a nascent soul cultivator. However, in the crowd, looking at Jiang Tian, who was sitting on the stage and being worshipped by thousands of people. Even though Prince Mo Yang looked respectful, there was a glint of coldness and disdain in his eyes. Kong Teichu, the Bodhisattva is about to attack you. How long can you be proud of yourself? In front of the Buddha, in front of the army of 1,000,000 cultivators, you, Jiang Taichu, are just an ant-like existence, a clown. Just wait for your death. He sneered in his mind as if Jiang Tian was already a dead man. Prince Mu Yang of Tianlang is quite good at acting. They had come to congratulate Jiang Tian in person to make him let down his guard. In fact, Tianlang had already surrendered without a fight. Just like the Yunnan state, they had gathered an army of 100,000 cultivators and were marching toward Maolin City. On the other hand, Prince Mo Yang had also brought the Bodhisattva's senior brother and 3 golden core cultivators from the House of Extraordinary Warriors as spies. They were only waiting for the battle to break out so that they could capture Tang Linglong, Mao Hongdai, and the other people around Jiang Tian as hostages. By then, Jiang Tian would have no choice but to admit defeat and become a prisoner. Chapter 1159. The sect master ascension ceremony was still going on for a day and a night. There were too many people participating and the ceremony was extremely complicated. It was time to present the gifts. The emperors and princes of the large nations led the sect leaders and the family leaders of the cultivation families onto the stage. They kowtowed to Jiang Tianxing 3 times and 9 times and presented congratulatory gifts. The Ice Pole country congratulates the sect master of the Taichu sect on his ascension. We hope that your power will last forever and you will live for 10,000 years. We present 10 Dinghai pearls, 1,000 kilograms of dark ice jade, snow lotus, The black scale demons of the Beiyu Island of the Ice Pole country present. The Xian sect of the Ice Pole country congratulates, while the various sects, clans, and city lords of the Ice Pole nation were congratulating Jiang Tian and presenting gifts to him. A loud voice suddenly came from the sky. Sword Saint Wang Xianxiao, the palace master of the Sword Palace in the south, is here to visit the sect master of the Taichu sect. The voice was sharp like a peerless heavenly sword. It seemed to be able to destroy the earth and destroy the giant cities. The entire Lin city trembled. Everyone's mind was in chaos, and their faces were filled with panic. Wang Xianxiao, a sword saint. It was said that he had entered the Tao with the sword and had formed a 6th-grade golden core 300 years ago. His golden core was like a sword and was extremely sharp. In the past few years, he had defeated more than a dozen large sects and families in the south. He had even destroyed 3 giant cities and many orthodoxies. Finally, the Sword Palace became famous. He was fierce and his hands were stained with blood. In the south, the Sword Palace he founded had become one of the top 5 orthodoxies. Even the Tingyu Tower didn't dare to underestimate him. Maobo's face changed and he complained. He had heard that Jiang Tian and his disciple Tang Linglong had killed the elder of the Sword Palace, Fairy Lan Dai. He was probably here to fight. Some of the stronger cultivators even saw the sword chi formed by the sound waves coming at them from all directions. The array patterns on the city wall were activated and shone brightly, but they were no match for it. The sound wave swords cut open a 100-meter gap. The sword chi was like a rainbow and the sun, pressing down on the blue sky. It was so dense that it covered the sky and the sun. It poured down on the square and was directly aimed at Jiang Tian. That sound wave can kill Foundation establishment cultivators. Many people exclaimed. Many sect masters, city lords and members of the royal family were scared out of their wits. This was a peerless, ferocious person whose ferocious name had already spread throughout the entire West Earth. He had the power to massacre cities and destroy countries. Even the monarch of a country would tremble with fear when he saw him, like a mouse that had seen a cat. Wang Xiangrass was indeed domineering and sharp. He seemed to be introducing himself, but in fact he was attacking first. He wanted to gain the upper hand by a show of strength and give Jiang Tian a show of strength. Master! Mao Hongya's face changed drastically. She squeezed Jiang Tian's big hand tightly. Her palm was covered in cold sweat. Your Excellency's voice is really loud. Jiang Tian's eyes flashed with a trace of mockery. He smiled indifferently and shook his sleeves lightly, as if he didn't see the sound wave sword rain at all. Suddenly, an invisible air wave swept up like a raging sea and collided with the sound wave sword rain. Boom, 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 the sound wave sword rain instantly collapsed, exploding in the air. When the smoke dissipated, the crowd saw many experts stepping on rainbows, passing through the crack in the city protection array and landing on the square. Wang Xiangrass looked to be in his 30s. He wore a blood-red robe and carried a blood-red longsword on his back. His entire person was like a blood-red peerless heavenly sword that was bloodthirsty and cold. However, in the crowd, the powerful Wang Xiangrass was only third. There were 2 other experts in front of him. The one in front was a red-haired man in a fiery red robe. This man was tall and strong, and he was filled with a violent aura. There were red patterns in the shape of flames on his face. His eyes were wide open, and occasionally, flames would flicker. On his chest, there was an eye-catching flame embroidery in the shape of a red lotus. It looked like a real flame. Wang Xiangrass is the palace lord of the Sword Palace. He is known as the peerless sword god. Who can be above him? Many low-level cultivators were shocked and puzzled. It's the fire worship sect's disciple, Fire Beacon Master. However, some people had recognized him and were uneasy. The extreme Frost Crown Prince even whispered while trembling. What? Fire worship sect's disciple? Fire Beacon Master? Countless people present were horrified and moved. The fire worship sect was the #1 orthodoxy in the western region. Its power shook the entire scorching desert, and it was ranked second in the vast western earth. It was only second to the Golden Rock Temple and was superior to the Longevity sect. The fire worship sect's disciples cultivated the red lotus earthly fire. It was said that a single fire could burn down a city with endless power. A disciple was even more incredible. To become a disciple, one had to go through many tests. From an inner disciple to an elite disciple, then to a direct disciple, their talents and knowledge were 1 in a million. Moreover, they had to be an elder for around 10 years to train their management skills and contribute to the sect. Only then could they become a disciple. They were the elites of the elites and would inherit the sect master's position in the future. Rumor has it that Fire Beacon Master originally had a secular name, but one year, there was a natural disaster in the western region and they didn't worship the fire worship sect. In a fit of rage, he burned 10 cities to ashes, killed millions of people, and exterminated several members of the royal family. This scared the emperors of the western region so much that they hurriedly sold everything they had, including the treasures in the imperial palace, in order to pay 3 times the usual annual tribute. From then on, whenever he traveled the world, all the countries and cities would act as if they were facing a great enemy. They would ignite their fire beacons and send messages. Emperors would come from 100 miles away to greet him. They would kneel and kowtow 3 times and 9 times before calling him the Red Lotus Fire God. Because of this, he had the fierce name of Fire Beacon Master. Even the Crown Prince of Extreme Frost would have to run 100 miles away when he saw a godson with such a powerful cultivation base and a monstrous background. He was like a mouse that had seen a cat, not daring to fight him head-on. Behind Fire Beacon Master, there was a young cultivator with delicate features and an ethereal aura. He wore a blue robe. His aura was neither hot nor cold, but his aura was faintly on par with Fire Beacon Master. Everyone carefully looked and became startled. The young lord of the Tingyu Pavilion, Xianxia. This person was the direct disciple of the Tingyu Pavilion's lord, Xiaolingyu. However, it was said that he condensed his golden core before the age of 100. Now he should have the strength of a late-stage golden core cultivator. He rarely fought, making him even more mysterious and terrifying. In addition, there were experts like the abbot of the Devil Cliff Temple in the crowd. Each of them was at least a late-stage golden core cultivator. It could be said that a great army was pressing in. Together, they were far more powerful than the many elders and guest elders of the Longevity sect. Seeing this, Fairy Luo Mei was frightened and trembled all over. 2 of the 4 orthodoxies had come. The Hahuan sect and the Golden Rock Temple were probably not far away. Without the approval of the Golden Rock Temple, the Fire Worship sect and the Tingyu Pavilion would not dare to easily attack the Longevity sect. This time, how should Kong Teichu deal with it? Young Lord, Fire Beacon Master, Wang Lin, and all of you have come to the ceremony. Our Longevity sect is really honored. The white-bearded great elders secretly complained, but he still greeted them with a cheerful face and said with a smile, "Please take a seat and enjoy a cup of wine." Get lost. Wang Xianxiao of the Sword Palace directly attacked with a flick of his finger. Swoosh! A sword chi about 100 meters long burst out, with a faint rumble of thunder. It could cut a golden core cultivator and was aimed at the chest of the great elder. You! The white-bearded great elder was furious. He did not expect Wang Xianxiao to suddenly attack. Fortunately, his strength wasn't weak. His arms were closed as if they were sealed, and he stirred up strong winds to barely block the sword chi. The sword chi was broken, but the white-bearded great elder still felt uncomfortable. His chest felt like it was about to split open. His face was pale and full of pain. He grunted and flew 100 meters away. His cultivation was not weak, but he was old and weak. Moreover, there were many drawbacks of practicing the blood-bathed body exchanging mystic skill. His chi, blood, and physique were very impure. It was already very difficult for him to block Wang Xianxiao's sword chi. Wang Xianxiao, how dare you act so presumptuously at our sect leader's ascension ceremony? Do you think there is no one in Maolin City and the Longevity sect? Mao Bohu stepped forward and shouted, "If you want to have a drink, we welcome you. If you want to cause trouble, get out." Fan Xiuzhu was also angry. He walked out with a long silver spear. The sect leader's ascension ceremony was very solemn and grand. But they came to cause trouble, which was a slap in the face to Jiang Tian and Maolin City. They did not take the entire longevity sect seriously. This was an extreme provocation and disregard. The sect leader's ascension ceremony? Bullshit. Wang Xianxiao's face was cold. He raised his hand and waved it. Suddenly, thousands of huge sword qi burst out from his palm. Mao Bohu and Fan Xiuzhu were immediately thrown out. They flew more than 200 meters before they landed on the ground. During this time, the white-bearded Great Elder formed a true core shield to protect the two. Otherwise, they would have been killed by the attack. "Don't you go too far," the white-bearded Great Elder shouted. Kong Teichu, the longevity sect has confused the believers. The 3 laws of longevity, killing your own sect members, blood competition, cannibalism, disregard of human relations, and endless evil. Now it's time to end it. Wang Xianxiao did not bother to talk to him. He looked at Jiang Tian with disdain and said, "Now, for the people of the northern region, for the people of the world, for the vicissitudes of justice, we have formed the Demon Slayer army to suppress you. If you hand over the position of the sect leader and the territory of the 4 countries in the northern region, I will spare your life." Chapter 1160. Hearing that, Fairy Luo Mei and the other senior members of the Changshan sect looked cold. Wang Xianxiao was despicable. That was right. Since Ming Rui's rise, the Changshan sect had been waging war everywhere, killing many countries and sections. Many people had died during the blood-bathing ceremony, the competition, and the consumption of blood. The problem was Wang Xianxiao a kind and righteous person? He had killed hundreds of thousands of people in the southern region. The number of people he had killed alone was more than the number of people the Changshan sect had killed in the past. It could be said that everyone had the right to criticize the Changshan sect, but Wang Xianxiao did not. Especially after Jiang Tian had become the sect master, the Changshan sect had abolished the 3 laws of Changshan, the blood-bathing mystic art, and the blood-bathing competition system. They had also proposed that cultivators should not bully people in the secular world and that cultivators should fight for ordinary people. That had completely changed the doctrine of the Changshan sect. Why did Wang Xianxiao and the others not do anything to the Changshan sect after so many years? Why did they wait until Jiang Tian had become the sect master? They obviously thought that Jiang Tian was weak and easy to bully because he came from the lower region. They thought that the foundation of the Changshan sect was not stable and that it was the best time to destroy the Changshan sect and divide the northern region. How can you blame the Taichu sect master for the past? The white-bearded Grand Elder was so angry that he almost vomited blood, but he patiently explained. He said patiently, "Palace Master Wang, you don't know that the Changshan sect has completely changed the doctrine under the Taichu sect master's insistence. We have stopped the blood-bathing mystic art and destroyed the blood-bathing mystic art. We don't kill, get lost. You old man, you don't have the right to talk to me." Wang Xianxiao's attitude was arrogant and domineering as he bellowed. Hearing this, Supreme Elder Whitebeard, Fairy Luo Mei, and many other elders and hall masters were so angry that they almost fainted. The sect master's ascension ceremony was a big event for the sect. It was the most sacred and solemn moment in the past few hundred years. But Wang Xianxiao was so arrogant. He roared and attacked again and again. He simply ignored everything. Yet he still had no sense of shame. He waved the stick of morality and spoke of justice and righteousness for the common people of the world. He had completely forgotten that he, Wang Xianxiao, had also stepped on piles of bones to reach his current position. Wang Xianxiao clasped his hands behind his back and stared coldly at Jiang Tian. "Kong Teichu, you were originally an ant from Earth, but you actually came to West Earth without permission and killed people to seize power. Your crimes are too numerous to be recorded. The Bodhisattva has ordered you to surrender immediately and go to the Commandment Hall of Golden Rock Temple to receive your punishment." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone felt a chill in their hearts, and bean-sized beads of cold sweat emerged. Sure enough, they had the Arhat and Golden Rock Temple behind them. In this battle, Kong Teichu was in danger. Even if Kong Teichu had the battle prowess of the great fulfillment of Gold Core, so what? One had to know that the great circle of the Golden Core stage was divided into different levels. He was the Arhat. The Golden Rock Temple of Thundersound Mountain possessed the purest Buddhist divine skills, far surpassing the Dharma spells and divine skills of ordinary orthodoxies. With the Arhat's order, the entire West Earth would wage war against the Chongqing sect. How could they bear this? Why should Golden Rock Temple punish my master? My master killed people who deserved to be killed. My master did it for the vicissitudes of the righteous path and for the world. Although Mao Hongdia's face was pale from fright, she still stood up straight and argued for Jiang Tian with tears in her eyes. Jiang Tian came here for the safety of Earth, but he also rewrote the history of the Chongqing sect, turning a sinful sect into a righteous sect that protected the world and its people. He was a true hero. But now, in their mouths, Jiang Tian had become an unpardonable sinner who deserved to be cut into pieces. Who could tolerate such a reversal of black and white in such a big splash of dirty water? Little girl, do you have the right to speak here? If you dare to spout nonsense, I'll turn you into ashes. Fire Beacon Master took a step forward with raging flames around his body. Red lotus-like flames bloomed as if they could burn the sky. He then angrily glared at Jiang Tian and said in an irritable manner, Kong Teichu, your crimes are unforgivable. Don't take any chances and don't make any unnecessary resistance. Quickly surrender and maybe the Arhat will be merciful and spare your life. Serious crimes? Jiang Tian picked up the teacup and took a sip before saying, Truly, if you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Which one of you hasn't stained your hands with blood? In terms of killing, how can I, Kong Teichu, be more serious than all of you? Mao Hongdai only spoke a few words for me and you, Fire Beacon Master, wanted to turn her into ashes. Bullying the weak like this, are you still worthy of being called a godson? Your fire worship sect still dares to call itself a righteous sect? I have never seen such shameless people. Your skin is even thicker than the corner of Maolin City's city wall. The moment these words came out, Fire Beacon Master's face turned red. His 7 orifices were fuming and emitting sparks. His battle prowess was strong and his battle achievements were glorious. However, he had a bad temper and wasn't good with words. If he wasn't careful, he would reveal his true colors. In the crowd, countless people secretly nodded and thought that the Taichu sect master's words were sharp and hit the nail on the head. I originally thought that by taking down the longevity sect, I would be taking drastic measures to solve the problem of West Earth. I didn't expect that all of you would want to start a fire. Jiang Tian raised his eyebrows and looked at them seriously for the first time. He said with a sneer, I want to ask all of you one thing. What if I don't admit my crimes? Then I'll just have to personally step on you and bring you to the Arhat. Wang Xianxiao sneered and said coldly, You want to capture me? Come and try. Jiang Tian's face was full of mockery. I know that you, Kong Teichu, are strong and I might not be able to capture you. Wang Xianxiao sneered and said eerily. However, when a golden core cultivator attacks, their mystiques will spread far and wide and destroy cities and countries. The Yan Huang tribe is gathered here. If I accidentally kill tens of thousands of people, then don't blame my sword Qi for being blind. Fan Xiuzhu scolded, How shameless! How dare you threaten us with mortals with no cultivation? In the end, it's all about fighting. Jiang Tianzong let out a long laugh. Fine. Since all of you are here, then I will shatter your golden cores and go to the Golden Rock Temple to question that old man Rely on how he gave up such a wicked disciple. When Jiang Tian said this, many people shook their heads secretly. Even Whitebeard's expression changed drastically. He wanted to say something but didn't. Kong Teichu could defeat Ming Rui, which meant that he was very strong. However, Shao Qinghe, Fire Beacon City, and many other sect leaders were all at the great circle of the Golden Core realm. Their strength was on par with Ming Rui. How could Jiang Tian fight against so many Golden Core cultivators alone? Moreover, anyone with eyes could see that Jiang Tian's cultivation was only at the Foundation establishment realm. Although cultivation wasn't equal to combat strength, cultivation was always the foundation of combat strength. And it was the most crucial foundation. Jiang Tian might be able to burst out with super strong combat strength temporarily and gain the upper hand. However, once he fell into a long and fierce battle, Jiang Tian's combat strength would definitely decline and he would be closer to his original cultivation base. Kang Teichu, I know that you are strong. However, the Arhat also took every possibility into account. He already knew that you might resist stubbornly. Therefore, we have prepared more than 30 golden core cultivators and an army of 1,000,000 cultivators for you. Wang Xianxiao laughed arrogantly and clapped his hands. Rumble. Several huge clouds in the sky exploded, revealing their true appearance. They were 4 cloud tower flying ship squadrons that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Each of them had more than 100 cloud towers and battleships. They spread out for 10 miles and there was no end in sight. The battleships were extremely huge and covered the sky. The cloud towers were as tall as mountains and intimidating. They had already arrived around Maolin City and were using Dharma artifacts to create clouds as cover. Looking at the formation, the army of 1,000,000 cultivators wasn't just a bluff. Palace Master Wang, don't be in such a hurry to make a move. Our Hahuan Sex Fox seduction technique is powerful. We can totally make him submit to us. On the most conspicuous cloud tower, a charming and enchanting woman looked at Jiang Tian with great interest. She licked her lips and said coquettishly. This woman was tall and slender with a slender waist. Her breasts were high and her waist was slender. Her red lips were like fire, and her eyes were like water. She was extremely charming and seductive. This is a supreme demon. He must be killed. Next to her was an eminent monk who was as tall as a mountain. He was 3 meters tall and his body seemed to be made of gold. He was dressed in a large monk robe and had prayer beads hanging from his neck. However, his expression was cold and murderous like a vajra. It was a very strange combination. Hahuan sect, the personal disciple of the sect master. Baihu, the Golden Rock Temple, the first seat of the Commandment Hall, Zen Master Chun Gang. Countless people exclaimed. This was a big shot in West Earth who could shake the world with a stomp of his feet. Baihu Lu was a Zongzi and Zen Master Chun Gang was the most respected senior brother of the Buddha. Both of them were at the peak stage of the Golden Core realm and would be giants in the future. In addition, Fire Beacon City, Wang Xianxiao, Xiao Qinghe and the abbot of Fiend Rock Temple were all at the peak stage of the Golden Core realm. But this was only the beginning. Immediately after, the white clouds exploded and the figures of powerful people appeared out of nowhere. They stood on the ground like real gods. In the south, Ding Yue, the sect master of the Fiend sect of the Jinyu Nation. In the east, Zhan Xiong, the sect master of the Skywolf sect. In the west, Qixia Nation's top advisor, Qixia Supremacy. Under the Thunder Mountain, Fan Zhongshan, the top general of the Suppressing Mountain Nation. Every time he spat out a name, everyone's expression would change. Each of them was a big shot who controlled a big sect or a country's ruler or a country's advisor. At the very least, they were peerless generals or lords of huge cities. Each of them was at least at the late stage of the Golden Core realm or a veteran Golden Core realm cultivator. They were big shots who could shake the world. The Golden Rock Temple was the strongest orthodoxy in this world. The Buddha would be the Buddha in the future. He had the power to topple mountains and overturn seas. Who would dare to disobey him? Kang Teichu, kneel down and admit your guilt, or die. And let these 300,000 people of the Yan Huang tribe die with you. Wang Xianxiao soared into the sky and stepped on the void. With the blue sky and white clouds behind him, the sword aura in his energy center exploded. Thousands of sword aura appeared out of nowhere and formed a dragon made of sword aura. The overlapping scales were the blades of the sword aura. The sword aura was extremely sharp and shone with cold light. Any one of them could kill a Qi Refinement Realm cultivator and severely injure a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator. Under the suppression of this sword aura that was about 1,000 meters long, the bronze statues of Jiang Tian and the rest, as well as the many tall buildings, all seemed small and powerless. Kill! With a roar, the many golden core true immortals all revealed strange phenomena. In the sky, some people burned the sky, some people's demonic aura surged like waves, some people formed serpents that swallowed the sky and the earth, some people held their spears and swords in the sky, and some people's brilliant Buddha light turned into huge bells, alms bowls, and prayer beads that shone in the sky. In an instant, the entire sky above Maolin City was like the arrival of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals, suppressing the world and making everyone pale. Mao Hongdai, Mao Bohu, Fan Xiuzhu, Luo Mei, and Grand Elder Whitebeard were all pale. In an instant, Jiang Tian was in a dangerous situation. Chapter 1161. My God, almost all the strongest orthodoxies in West Earth are here. This time, lush forest city will be flattened. Seeing this, the extreme Frost Crown Prince's expression changed. He looked at his father, Black Ice, and hesitated. Even if Ming Rui and the 12 strongest elders were here, they would not be able to withstand such an attack and would be wiped out in seconds. Besides, Jiang Tian had not devoured a Jindan. His cultivation level was still at the middle foundation establishment realm. Now he was alone. The extreme Frost Crown Prince thought that the army had passed through skylight and cloud mist, but no troops had reported. These two kings had clearly surrendered. Then what are we waiting for? Defeat was like a landslide. A gentleman would not stand under a collapsing wall. So many Jindan. The longevity sect is facing destruction this time. Fairy Luo Mei's beautiful face paled. If she were to challenge the weakest one among them, she wouldn't even be able to last one round against him. Even if Jiang Tian had killed Ming Rui, who was said to have nascent soul battle power, he might not be their match. Although Ming Rui was strong, the blood baptism mystic art absorbed the essence of others and devoured their souls. If they really fought, she might not be a match for Fire Beacon City. Besides, this was not just Fire Beacon City. Therefore, even if Jiang Tian defeated Ming Rui, he was not confident that he could overcome today's crisis. Don't kill us. We were only forced to come to the ceremony. Luo Qi was pale with fright. She shivered and kowtowed to the ground, pounding her head on the ground. Many experts of Lush Forest City also kowtowed to her. They immediately changed sides and surrendered to the Demon Suppression Army. Mao Bilian walked to Fan Xiuzhu and said something quickly. Fan Xiuzhu glared at her and shook his head firmly. A gentleman's wealth is his ruin. Faced with such a situation, the white-bearded Grand Elder was at a loss of what to do. He sighed and said, "The Arhat covets the vast land of the north. If Kang Teichu had killed the longevity sect leader, Ming Rui, and left easily, there would not be today's destruction. But the Arhat wants to kill him. He is the future ruler of this world." As for the many Yen Huang tribe members who were being held captive, they were even more worried, as though they had lost their parents. They had thought that they had been saved, that they had received protection, and that they could stand up straight. But now, he had become a fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. If Jiang Tian did not surrender, the experts would kill the Yen Huang tribe members until Jiang Tian surrendered. At this time, the aura of the golden core powerhouses poured down like a torrential river, intimidating the area within a radius of dozens of kilometers and firmly enveloping the entire Maolin city. Many of the Yen Huang tribe members were pressed to the ground. If Mao Bohu had not activated the Great City Protecting Array, hundreds of thousands of people would have died. Crown Prince Mo Yang sipped his tea and gloated. When faced with a choice between life and death, would Kang Teichu fight or flee? If he fought, he would only die. If he fled, would he be able to escape? Kang Teichu, oh Kang Teichu, if you don't listen to the advice of your elders, you will suffer losses in front of you. If you had left earlier, you would have been fine. Why bother with the ascension ceremony? Are you happy now? Surrounded by so many experts, you and I are going to die. Li Wuji sighed, pounding his chest and stamping his feet. He wanted to cry but had no tears. He scanned the Yen Huang tribe members who were being pressed to the ground. His face was distorted and he spoke to Jiang Tian through his spiritual awareness. If not for us, they would have been killed long ago. We have helped them a lot. We have done our best. They are a burden. Let's not care about them now. Kill our way out, fly back to the Changsheng sect, activate the teleportation formation, and return to the Earth domain. Daoist Tai Chu, you are a peerless sect leader and wise. You must agree with me, right? Human lives are greater than heaven. Jiang Tian shook his head gently, his eyes fixed. You and I are cultivators. If we can't even protect our own people, what is the point of cultivating? The strong fight to protect the weak. The hot blood of the strong should flow for the weak. Are you stupid? Li Wuji's face was full of fear. He was so anxious that he almost jumped up. These Yan Huang tribe members are said to be of the same origin as us, but I'm afraid they are from the same era as the cavemen. Who knows what happened tens of thousands of years ago? After so long, their bloodline is already different from ours. Why should we care about them? At this moment, among them, a man from the Yan Huang tribe stood up and roared, "The Yan Huang tribe members will never be slaves." He was a martial artist, equivalent to the first or second level of the qi refining realm. In this world, he was completely weak. But he was not afraid of death. With a kitchen knife in his hand, he slashed towards the sky. Wang Xianxia looked at him with contempt and flicked his finger. A sword of qi about 100 meters long burst out. It was dazzling and extremely sharp. If it hit the man, only death would await him. Wang Xianxia, that's enough. How dare you kill people in front of me? Jiang Tian growled. A gunmetal sword radiance flashed and shattered Wang Xianxiao's sword qi. Kong Teichu, you really care about them? Seeing the sword of qi broken, Wang Xianxia was shocked. This man's gunmetal aura was strong and sharp. It was actually on par with his sword qi. However, there was a sinister smile on his face as he coldly snorted. Then you should surrender. No matter how capable you are, you can escape, but can you save all of them? Tai Chu sect leader, kill your way out. Don't worry about us. An elder stood up with a calm face. Jiang Tian recognized this person. He was one of the escapees from the Yan Huang tribe that Jiang Tian and the others had saved when they were passing by Skylight. Old man, you're not afraid of death. How dare you stand up and not kneel? Wang Xianxiao was furious. He glared at the elder and shouted, "Afraid? What's there to be afraid of? We used to be very afraid of you and respected you, but you still killed us." The elder was hunched over, but his aura was not weak. He chuckled and said, "We used to have a country with tens of millions of people. But you killed us, and only a few tens of thousands are left. Kneel? What do you have to make us kneel? We of the Yan Huang tribe have gold under our knees. We kneel to the heavens, to the earth, to our parents, and to our ancestors. But we will not kneel to you barbarians. Because you are not worth kneeling to. I've lived long enough. Or rather, without the Tai Chu sect leader's help, I would have died long ago. Today, you dare to threaten the Tai Chu sect leader? Even if I have to throw away my old bones, I'll fight you to the death. Don't you know that I'm called the Sword Sage? I'll kill you like a chicken." Wang Xianxiao was merciless. He flicked his finger again. Pissed. This energy sword brushed past the old man's ear and slashed the bronze statue of Jiang Tian behind him into two pieces. Seeing this, the crowd was shocked. He was indeed a sword sage. Such strong sword qi. It could probably cut a mountain in half. Are you all still not going to kneel and submit? Wang Xianxiao's eyes were full of contempt. He said, "If you don't submit, all of you will die. If you don't surrender, your fate will be the same as this bronze statue. Are your heads tougher than a bronze statue?" Wang Xianxiao threatened. The crowd was silent. The huge Maolin city was completely silent. Many of the Yan Huang tribe members were terrified. Some children were trembling in fear, tears streaming down their faces. Tai Chu sect leader, we will fight our way out with you. Don't kneel to them. Don't submit. Who do they think they are? Suddenly, a middle-aged woman stood up. Her eyes were slightly red and tears were flowing down her cheeks, but her weak waist was straight and her eyes were fearless. This woman was also saved by Jiang Tian and the others. Her son was still an infant, and had been thrown to death by the cultivators of the Eternal River sect. You want the Taichu true immortal to submit to you, or you will kill us. You must be dreaming. Immediately after, a Yen Huang tribe youth stood up and shouted, if you want to kill the Taichu true immortal, you will have to step over our dead bodies. We, the descendants of Yen Huang, will never be slaves. Taichu true immortal, fight them. One by one, the Yen Huang tribe members stood up. In an instant, 300,000 Yen Huang tribe members roared at the sky. Each one of them was filled with fighting spirit. They did not fear death, and their blood was boiling. Their voices were like thunder. A surge of hot blood flowed and surged in Maolin City. An unyielding fighting spirit soared into the sky, shocking everyone. The Yen Huang tribe members were very weak in this world. Their fates were full of miseries. They were treated like dirt, like ants to be pillaged and slaughtered. They wandered from place to place, suffering heavy casualties. Each one of them carried a blood feud with them. Once they had feared these godlike beings. But today, for Jiang Tian, they would not hesitate to die. Jiang Tian was their savior, and their hope. They did not want Jiang Tian to surrender in order to save their lives. They did not want him to bow his head to these hypocritical and cruel West Earth experts. At this time, warships, cloud towers, and immortal treasures were all activated. They began to attack the defensive spirit design of lush forest city. Qi refinement cultivators formed an army of cultivators and poured down like a torrent. Under the command of the Golden Core and Foundation establishment powerhouses, they formed square formations and surrounded the entire Maolin city so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. They bombarded the defensive array continuously. These Qi refinement realm cultivators were nothing individually. But when 100,000 of them joined forces, even a Jindan expert would not be able to stop them. Rumble! Light filled the sky, and the void trembled. An army of 100,000 cultivators from the fire worship sect pulled out their red lotus hellfire and blasted it. The defensive light shield rippled like water, and a giant vortex with a radius of 1,000 meters caved in. It almost cracked. This spirit design was drawn by Jiang Tian, and the Changshan sect provided the materials for the spirit design. It cost countless spirit stones and was hastily set up under the leadership of Mao Bohu. It was called the Golden Bell Sky-propping spirit design. When fully activated, it could withstand several attacks from nascent soul experts. But millions of cultivators formed the spirit design. Lightning, hellfire, Buddha light, and demonic aura were released. Each attack gathered the endless power of 100,000 cultivators, comparable to a Jindan attack. It was only a matter of time before they broke the spirit design. And Wang Xianxiao and many other Jindan experts had already rushed in and surrounded Jiang Tian. The battle was about to start. At this time, countless gazes gathered on Jiang Tian, waiting for his decision. Mao Bohu and Mao Hongdai were worried. Fairy Luo Mei was nervous. The Supreme Elder was full of pity. Prince Mo Yang looked at him with mockery. Prince Mu Yang snickered. Li Wuji was trembling. He just wanted to turn around and run. Xian Bing and Ji Han were hesitant. Tang Linglong, on the other hand, was full of fighting spirit and murderous intent. Wang Xianxiao, Chao Feng, Huo Lianqing, and the others were looking at Jiang Tian as if he was an ant. They smiled smugly as if victory was in their hands. Chapter 1162. Daoist Wuji, you saw it too. Jiang Tian swept his gaze across the Yen Huang tribe members and smiled widely. They are the same as us. Black hair, black eyes, yellow skin. They have the same words as us and speak the same language. They are also unyielding like us and will not be enslaved. Most importantly, they are of the same mind as us. Aren't they our tribe members? Daoist Wuji, let's go together this time. Jiang Tian was not a saint. If these Yen Huang tribe members did not agree with him, protect him, and were not of the same mind as him, Jiang Tian would not care about their lives. But now, these people were obviously loyal and unafraid of death. In that case, they could become the foundation for Jiang Tian to rule West Earth. Fuck you. Li Wuji's tears and snot flowed down together. He really did not want to die, but he had to fight. He pulled out his treasure sword and gritted his teeth. I have always been a transcendent and peaceful person. I have never cared about the lives of others and only focused on Dao. Today, I have made an exception for you. If you die in battle, will you be afraid? You are not a Yan Huang tribe member, but this time, you will fight for them. Jiang Tian looked at Mao Hongdai and smiled. Will we die? Mao Hongdia's eyes were filled with tears and her gaze was dull. After which, she wiped her tears away and said with determination, Master, I'm not afraid. Humans should live with an indomitable spirit. Being enslaved and living on your knees is better than living in eternal life. Jiang Tian nodded and said, What are the sins of the humans of Earth? What are the sins of the Yan Huang tribe? What are the sins of Mao Lin City? We are not guilty. It's just that in their eyes we are weak. We are ants that they can trample on and bully as they wish. They do not allow us to stand up and be human. They hope that we will always kneel and worship them as gods and fear them. Kong Teichu, how dare you quibble? Wang Xianxiao shouted angrily. I don't need to quibble. You guys are unreasonable. I can't be bothered to talk nonsense with you. Jiang Tian smiled. Yes, I am trampling on and bullying you. Being weak is the original sin. That's how we bully and humiliate you. What can you do? Fire Beacon Master's eyes spewed out flames as if he was a descending fire god. He was majestic and domineering as he glared at the world and shouted. You should have said so earlier. Jiang Tian suddenly flicked his finger and said with a slight sneer, Weakness is the original sin? There's nothing wrong with what you said. However, you guys are the weak ones. You really have eyes but can't see. What did you say? Fire Beacon Master was furious. He had cultivated the Red Lotus earthly fire to greater mastery and was a perfected golden core cultivator. He was the godson of West Earth's second orthodoxy. His vicious reputation was well known. Once he left the mountain, the smoke of war would spread for 1,000 li. Hundreds of countries and thousands of cities would be shaken, and the crown princes of countries would prostrate themselves in worship. His position was supreme and dazzling. He had always been the focus of the billions of people on this continent. However, Jiang Tian said that he was weak and had eyes but failed to see. I said you're an idiot and a piece of trash. Jiang Tian slowly stood up and coldly said, Since the West Earth doesn't care about the heavens, then I will use your blood to write down the heavens. Since the heavens and earth are heartless, then I will turn your world upside down. Since the heavens and earth are unfair, then I will use my fists to fight for my own justice. Today, I will use your wails and cries to announce to the world that the descendants of the Yellow Emperor cannot be humiliated. I, Kong Teichu, will not be bullied. His words were like thunder, powerful and resonant. When the last word fell, the 9 heavens and 10 earths simultaneously roared. A thick earth energy that pierced through the heavens and earth came out from Jiang Tian's dantian and rushed to the sky. Jiang Tian pointed in the air. This thick earth energy condensed into 1,000 zhang long earth-winged dragon that spanned across the sky and covered the sun and moon. Earth-winged dragon. This divine body was formed by Jiang Tian using the energy of the primal chaos source cauldron. The primal chaos source cauldron was an item that could create the heavens and earth. Back then, the previous Changshan sect masters couldn't control it and could only suppress it underground with a protective array to prevent it from erupting and destroying the Changshan sect and the entire West Earth. But in Jiang Tian's hands, a part of the primal chaos source cauldron was refined into the earth-winged dragon's divine body. The moment the earth-winged dragon rushed out, the many thick earth chains in Jiang Tian's dantian that were suppressing his divine body and false core all exploded. Those chains were as heavy as mountains and suppressed Jiang Tian's true essence to the extreme. When they exploded, Jiang Tian's endless power erupted. Boom! The 5 false cores rumbled, and an incalculable amount of innate 5 elements true yuan poured into the earth-winged dragon's body. Instantly, The earth-winged dragon expanded again, reaching a length of 10 miles. It swept across the heaven and earth, and split the sky into two. At that moment, countless people looked up and couldn't believe what they were seeing. Then, all the Dharma forms in the sky were suppressed and only the earth-winged dragon was left. The thick earth dragon was about 10 miles long. It ran from east to west and almost divided Maolin City into two pieces. It carried huge pieces of Milky Way crystal sand on its back. It was like a huge mountain range pressing down from the sky. The thick earth aura fell down like a great river. It was pale yellow and extremely heavy. This is, he condensed it with galaxy crystal sand? Fairy Luo Mei was stupefied. She was flabbergasted. Galaxy crystal sand was an extremely dangerous item in the eyes of the sect masters. Even Ming Rui couldn't control and refine it. It was left in the basement and nobody cared about it. But in Jiang Tian's hands, it released endless power. In fact, not only her, even the Grand Elder Whitebeard, the Emperor of Xianbing country, Prince Mu Yang and Prince Jihan were stunned. They could only watch as the earth-winged dragon crushed more than 30 golden core overlords in the sky. The earth-winged dragon waved its giant claw and swept across the army of 100,000 cultivators, crushing them like withered chrysanthemums. The cultivators exploded in the sky one by one or were blown away like flower petals covered in blood. Hundreds of cultivators were crushed into ashes and a rain of blood. The Star River crystal sand smashed down like meteorites, smashing the building foundation stage cultivators into meat paste on the spot. Oh God! At this moment, there was absolute silence. Everyone was dumbstruck and flabbergasted. Everyone was shocked by Jiang Tian's earth-winged dragon Dharma form. The Dharma form was too powerful and vast. It seemed to be able to destroy a giant city and tear the earth apart. Even the Golden Rock Temple's Buddha would be frightened if he were there. But in fact, the earth-winged dragon wasn't a Dharma form. It wasn't formed by divine powers or essence chi. It was a real entity. It was Jiang Tian's divine body. Winged dragon soared into the sky as it roiled about. Its enormous head was like a mountain while its body was like a continuous mountain ridge. Its enormous claws covered the sky and blotted out the sun while its tail swept through the land and formed rivers, and it caused the heavens and the earth to be in chaos. The rain dragon roared like rolling thunder. The thick earthen aura spread out, crushing the void. Only after it swept through the army of cultivators in the sky a few times did it slowly curl up into Jiang Tian's dantian. In a few seconds, the earth-winged dragon had killed 100,000 cultivators and defeated the army of 1,000,000 cultivators in the sky. When the last earth chi dissipated and the dust settled, Wang Xianxiao and the others could finally be seen. Merely at that moment, they were all incomparably miserable. They were in an extremely sorry state. Wang Xianxiao was covered in blood. Many of his sword chi had exploded and injured himself. One of Huofenqing's arms was broken. He gritted his teeth and screamed. Bai Hu was covered in dust. Her hair was messy and her clothes were torn, revealing her delicate skin. She looked like a beggar on the street. The body of Monk Chun Gang, the first seat of the discipline hall, cracked and blood flowed out like metal. It was a shocking sight. Xiao Qing has staggered and her face was as pale as paper. They were all in the Golden Core realm and were in a good situation. As for those in the late stage or mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, they were even more miserable. When Jiang Tian unleashed the divine body of Winged Dragon, Lord Luo Ling, Zhan Xiong, Lord Qixia and the others all unleashed their Dharma artifacts or Dharma treasures in an attempt to fend off Winged Dragon's power. But it only lasted for a second. Their avatars and Dharma treasures were crushed by the earth chi. In the end, they could only resist with their bodies. Boom, boom, boom. Countless people were crushed by the winged dragon and spurted out blood. Even Fan Zhongshan, a mid-stage golden core cultivator, was crushed dozens of meters into the ground by a piece of galaxy crystal sand and died on the spot. Blood splashed in the air. Except for a few peak-stage golden core cultivators, almost all the other overlords were injured. They were either dead or disabled. How can he be so powerful? Huafeng's eyes were filled with fire and smoke came out of his 7 orifices. He looked at Jiang Tian in shock and anger, as if he were facing a formidable enemy, as if he had seen the murderer of his father. His heart was twitching and raging waves were stirred up. He didn't dare believe this. The power unleashed by Jiang Tian's divine body was far beyond their investigation and calculation. He was able to defeat 1,000,000 cultivators and more than 30 golden core perfected immortals, including 4 peak stage golden core cultivators. Huafeng even thought that even his master, Huafeng, wouldn't be a match for him. However, Jiang Tian was only a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. How could he be so powerful? Jiang Tian's ability was comparable to a nascent soul heavenly lord. But how was that possible? West Earth had a vast amount of cultivation resources, but there hadn't been a single nascent soul cultivator in tens of thousands of years. He's already formed a fake core, but he's using a secret art to suppress his power. Besides, the energy of his fake core is so strange, as if it has all the 5 elements. Does he have 5 fake cores? Next to him, Xiaoqinghe stared at Jiang Tian and scanned Jiang Tian carefully with her immortal will. How is that possible? Hearing that, Wang Xianxia was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe it or didn't want to believe it. His face was deathly pale, and his face was filled with endless fear as he hysterically yelled, "Brotherly!" He shouted, "Every cultivator can only form 1 golden core. That's the law of heaven. Can he go against heaven's will? If he forms 100 golden cores, isn't that the same as the power of 100 golden core cultivators? Isn't he going to go to heaven?" Chapter 1163. Cut the crap. Kill him. Fire Beacon Master shouted angrily. Isn't he concerned about the Yanhuang tribe? Let's attack the Yanhuang tribe and distract them while we kill him. Kill. For the righteous path of the common people. Slay the demons. Many golden core true immortals were filled with killing intent as they roared and attacked together. You think I can't protect the Yanhuang tribe? Jiang Tian laughed. He immediately released the thick earth winged dragon. The winged dragon roared into the sky and its chest spewed out endless thick earth aura. It was mixed with chaotic aura that hung down like silk and turned into small grotto heavens that covered the Yanhuang tribe and Maolin city residents to defend against attacks. Li Wuji, Mao Hongdai, Fairy Luo Mei, Fan Xiuzhu, and the others all held their immortal treasures and stood guard outside these small grotto heavens. Immediately after, Jiang Tian's body swayed and flew towards the golden core true immortals. Kong Teichu, if you stop now, follow me to see the Arhat. The Arhat is virtuous and will definitely give you a fair verdict. Seeing this, Wang Xianxiao's eyes narrowed and she softened her tone to try to shake Jiang Tian's determination. Jiang Tian was actually protecting the Yanhuang tribe. These defenses were as heavy as mountains and they couldn't break through at all. Next was a tough battle that was extremely dangerous, and they didn't have the confidence to win. But Jiang Tian snorted and didn't waste any time. He directly swept out the gung metal chi soldier. Now, Jiang Tian's immortal body had formed a false core and could kill nascent soul realm cultivators. The gung metal sword radiance swept out and the terrifying gung metal chi soldier stacked and spread out like a fan. It covered a few miles and destroyed everything. Endless sword radiance gushed out from Wang Xianxiao's dantian and turned into a sword chi dragon that was 1,000 meters long and rushed towards the gung metal sword radiance. The other golden core true immortals also released their dharma characteristics and didn't hesitate to burn their blood essence in order to end the battle quickly. Immediately, the fire dragon rushed into the sky, the 9-tailed demon fox swung its tail, Buddha palms filled the sky, and great waves surged, sweeping across the sky. These dharma characteristics were all over 1,000 feet tall, covering the sky and the sun, as if they could tear the heavens apart. Bang! The gung metal sword radiance collided with them. Dozens of golden core overlords attacked at the same time. The attack of a perfected golden core overlord was like a small nuclear weapon. The collision was like a dozen nuclear weapons exploding at the same time, with the power to destroy cities and countries. In the sky, a large area of space was annihilated. It was dark and gloomy. Then, a terrifying wave pushed out in all directions. Huge mushroom clouds rose, and the earth shook. Countless buildings in Maolin City within a radius of dozens of miles collapsed. Huge gullies appeared on the ground. If not for the fact that Jiang Tian had unleashed his strongest divine body of the winged dragon to form a protective shield, millions of people would have died on the spot. But even so, many of the Yan Huang tribe members felt as though they were falling leaves in the wind. They could not even stand properly. More than a dozen mid-stage golden core overlords spat out blood. They were severely injured again. 6 late-stage golden core overlords were thrown a few kilometers away. It hurt so much. Wang Xianxiao's countless golden core sword chi were shattered. Half of his shoulder was sliced off by the sword radiance. So strong. Bai Huer was moved and shivered. The 9-tailed demon fox dharma characteristics' 3 tails were chopped off. When it was formed again, it was smaller and weaker. Evil. Xiao Qinghe, who was thrown a kilometer away, was shocked. Her watery eyes revealed a strong sense of fear. Fire Beacon City was a little better. He used the Red Lotus Hellfire to melt the gung metal sword radiance. But he was also thrown a few hundred meters away. His blood was boiling, and the flames on his body were flickering. But Jiang Tian did not move. He was calm and his long robe was not stained with dust. Clearly he was still holding back. Just one gung metal sword radiance had forced more than 30 golden core perfected immortals to retreat. If this news were to spread, it would definitely shock the world. Fire Beacon City, your Red Lotus Hellfire seems to be able to restrain his gung metal aura. Chun Gang said with a stern expression. I'll kill him. Everyone, support me. Fire Beacon City's face was filled with killing intent, but there was a hint of joy in his eyes. In his dantian, the Red Lotus Hellfire exploded. If he could kill Jiang Tian, his name would definitely shake the upper echelons of West Earth. He would ascend to heaven and be able to stand side by side with the Arhat in the future. His Red Lotus Hellfire was many times stronger than the one he used to challenge Jiang Tian's elite disciples on the Golden Lotus platform. Once the Red Lotus Hellfire appeared, it was like giant red flowers blooming in the air. Each flower was 100 meters wide and there were more than a dozen of them. Each of the flames had an extremely high temperature. They could melt metal, melt the earth, and even malfunction spiritual treasures. Just when everyone was nodding slightly, thinking that Jiang Tian had met his nemesis this time, playing with fire in front of me, you're simply courting death. Jiang Tian sneered in disdain. In his dantian, there was a roar as the vermilion bird rushed out and spewed out flames. The vermilion bird was originally the god of the south. It could spew out endless true fire of light and was famous in the universe. As soon as it appeared, endless light bloomed. The vermilion bird true fire, which was far more powerful than the sun true fire and heaven true fire, spewed out. A dragon-like true fire of 10 miles long spewed out from its mouth and pierced through the sky. It was terrifying to the extreme. These primordial fires were incomparably hot. As they streaked across the sky, even space itself was burned into oblivion. Terrifying, gigantic cracks appeared in space as the primordial fires swept through in a frenzy, directly burning the Nanman Kingdom's King Luo Ling, the Sirius sect leader Zhan Xiong, and the Qixia Kingdom's imperial advisor Venerable Qixia into ashes. Not even a drop of ash remained. Terrifying. 3 late Golden Core Realm experts. Everyone exclaimed. Burn for me, raging fire burn the city. Hofeng Lian roared. The Red Lotus Hellfire became even faster and rushed towards the Vermilion Bird True Fire. He wanted to use fire to counter fire. Boom. The 2 types of flames violently clashed together and let out an earth-shattering sound. However, the Red Lotus Hellfire, which was originally unparalleled in this world, was instantly annihilated. It was completely engulfed, swallowed, and controlled by the Vermilion Bird True Fire, becoming a part of it. The Vermilion Bird True Fire swept out with an even more terrifying power. How is this possible? In his shocked eyes, the red flame became bigger and bigger. Wang Lin was shocked and desperate. His red lotus hellfire was a terrifying existence on the earth attribute mysterious fire ranking. In this world, it could be said that it was unstoppable and unbeatable. He never thought that his red lotus hellfire would be easily suppressed and swallowed by the opponent. He was so shocked that he even forgot to dodge. In other words, it was too late to dodge. He only saw the vermilion bird true fire continue to snake out like a dragon baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. In the blink of an eye, Wang Lin was engulfed and burned to the point of exploding. He originally had the 9 red lotus hellfire protecting his body. It was impenetrable and repelled all evil. Even when the gunmetal chi weapon was unleashed, it couldn't cut through the 9 red lotus hellfire. But now, these 9 red lotus hellfire were like wax in front of the vermilion bird true fire. One touch and they would ignite, increasing the power of the vermilion bird true fire. His many defensive treasures, divine abilities, and powerful body were all useless. They were directly burned into green smoke. Even his golden core was devoured by the vermilion bird true fire, leaving not a single trace behind. The fire worship sect's disciple, the future sect master, a golden core realm expert, Wang Lin, had fallen. A golden core realm expert and a middle-grade golden core realm expert had fallen just like that. The fiercest general of the Zhenshan country, Fan Zhongshan, was so scared that he retreated with trembling legs. Wang Lin, a golden core realm expert, a 5th-grade golden core, and a disciple of a peerless sect. His cultivation method was even stronger than Ming Rui. Their strength should be on par, but he couldn't even block Jiang Tian's attack. This was too frightening. They couldn't accept this reality. The information was wrong. This guy is evil. We might not be his match. Retreat quickly. Golden Rock Temple's Art, please help. Wang Xianxiao was the first to react. Stepping on the heavenly sword, the sword dragon wrapped around his body to protect him. He turned into a long rainbow and fled into the distance. Wang Lin was the strongest existence among them. His battle strength was far superior to everyone else. Now that he was dead, no one dared to fight. If they continued to fight, they would only be giving their heads away. The others seemed to have woken up from a dream. They all unleashed their escape techniques and fled in all directions. But how could Jiang Tian let them escape? Boom! Jiang Tian stepped into the void. Instantly, the thick earth wing dragon erupted. Rolling yellow sand filled the air and covered the sky, creating a terrifying sandstorm that enveloped the entire city. This yellow sand was not ordinary yellow sand, but galaxy crystal sand. Every grain of crystal sand could turn into a giant stone with a radius of dozens of meters. Billions of galaxy crystal sand gathered together could crush a nascent soul realm expert and pierce through a continent. This wind was also not ordinary wind. It was a terrifying cosmic wind that could erase the magical power of spirit treasures. What is this? Wang Xianxiao's eyes were filled with horror. He suddenly felt that his steps were extremely heavy. Every gust of wind made him suffocate, suppressing his bones to the point that they were about to shatter. Moreover, his vast divine sense couldn't penetrate the sandstorm. He could only see a few meters of space. He wanted to send a message, but it was blown away by the astral wind when it could only travel 3 meters. Evil. He had been separated from the others and was anxious. Suddenly, a grain of yellow sand hit his sword. Immediately, a small hole appeared on the sword. Then, the entire sword cracked and fell to the ground. Danger! He exclaimed in his heart and cast a secret technique. Numerous swords clanged and formed a huge sword ball, protecting him in the middle. This brat can actually refine a sword ball? Jiang Tian's divine sense swept over this scene, and also revealed a somewhat interesting expression. Sword balls were a method of refining weapons. Sword experts could refine swords to the size of embroidery needles. The thinner tip of the sword pointed inwards while the wider body pointed outwards. They were all pointed towards the center of the ball. When they were arranged in an orderly manner, a sword ball would be formed. In the central galaxy deep in the universe, Some sword cultivator experts from the Immortal sacred grounds could refine countless swords into a sword ball the size of an egg. Its weight was comparable to a mountainous city. Without using any sword moves, the sword ball could smash someone to death. Although Wang Xianxiao's sword pellet was crude and large in size, it already had some charm to it. Just as Wang Xianxiao stepped into the sword ball, the sandstorm had already arrived. In an instant, densely packed small holes appeared on the sword ball. This sword pellet was made up of 1,000 swords and weighed 10 tons, but it was still sent flying like a ping-pong ball after being hit by the galactic crystal sand. It bounced back and forth in Lin City at a terrifying speed. In just a moment, the sword ball exploded and the swords shattered like paper. Countless galaxy crystal sands smashed towards Wang Xianxiao. Wang Xianxiao fell to the ground with blood gushing out. He was already dead. Wang Xianxiao, the master of the Sword Palace, who had completed the Golden Core realm, had fallen. Chapter 1164. At the moment of his death, Wang Xianxiao's face was filled with shock and fear. He could not believe that the sword pill he had carefully refined would be broken by the yellow sand. He could not believe that he would die under the yellow sand. Chun Gang, the president of the discipline hall, and Bai Hua rushed out together. Supernatural powers were unleashed. Suddenly, a cloud of sand attacked. Monk Chun Gang's expression changed slightly. With a snap of his fingers, a golden light with lightning burst out and knocked a grain of crystal sand away. It's so heavy. A grain of sand is as heavy as 10,000 kilograms. Could it be a spiritual treasure-level Dharma artifact? Hold your breath and pause. Chun Gang immediately saw the clue. His expression changed drastically as he transmitted a message to Bai Hua behind him. If it was a spiritual treasure, it could expand at any time. If it was inhaled into the nose, throat, or lungs, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, I have an indestructible Vajra body. My body is strong. How can a mere spiritual treasure do anything to me? A trace of contempt flashed in his eyes. His whole body was shining with dazzling golden light as if it was cast by golden water. His body was surrounded by a dazzling Buddhist light that formed the 5 thunder sky raising bell to protect him. He was struggling to move forward. Yellow sand flew over and swept across the sky. Chun Gang's hands moved up and down, and various Buddhist supernatural powers were unleashed. He blocked the flying sand, but his arms were still numb and his fingers were in great pain. A grain of star sand was knocked away by him, but it suddenly flew back and kept expanding like a falling meteorite. Bang! Chun Gang struck with his palm, but he was knocked away. His palm was cracked and his flesh was badly mangled. Even his jade-like finger bones were clearly visible. After expanding, its weight and strength have increased by 10 or even 100 times. Its density seems to be much higher than that of ordinary mountain rocks. Chun Gang was shocked. But before he could react, he saw the yellow sand around him expanding rapidly. The smallest one had a radius of more than 10 acres, and some were more than 1,000 meters tall. Chun Gang was in a daze, as if he had fallen into a mess of meteorites. There were countless of them, and they were filled with murderous intent. They were extremely terrifying, flying in the sky and crashing toward him. Chun Gangji only had time to let out a miserable shriek before he was instantly crushed by the expanding Star River crystal sand. His prayer beads, alms bowl, and his protective divine power, the 5 thunder heaven-raising bell, exploded almost instantly. His golden core barely held on, but it was also crushed into pieces. In the end, even his divine soul was destroyed. Taichu Sect Master, please spare my life. I'm willing to submit and serve you for the rest of my life. I'll make your bed and warm your feet. Seeing the golden blood sprinkling on the ground, Bai Hua was so scared that her face turned pale. Her knees gave way and she knelt on the ground. Regardless of whether Jiang Tian could see her or not, she kept kowtowing in the direction where Jiang Tian had been standing. Compared to him, people like Bing Bing and Little Jade from the Earth Realm were like chickens meeting phoenixes, or foxtail flowers meeting peonies. Taichu Sect Master, I was only bewitched by the Bodhisattva. I know my mistake now and won't dare to offend you again." However, Jiang Tian did not reply at all. He was too lazy to mock people for coveting his handsome face. After all, it was inevitable. However, the Star River crystal sand rolled over, and the huge stone was like a millstone, grinding away everything. "Confu, if you dare to kill me, my master will kill you." Bai Huer only had time to stand up. She gritted her teeth and shouted angrily. A piece of Star River crystal sand came crashing down like a mountain. The Star River crystal sand fell heavily and sank dozens of meters into the ground. Bai Huer had completely disappeared from this world. Raindrops appeared around Xianxia, the young master of the Tinyu Tower. They formed a dreary mist. These were not ordinary raindrops. Each raindrop was a sword of rain that floated around him and blocked all attacks. He moved quickly and flashed like smoke. When he finally reached the edge of the city wall, there was a hint of joy on his face. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically and he shouted, "Oh no!" His body was like an inflated toad or an inflated balloon, rapidly expanding before exploding with a loud bang. Blood splattered everywhere, along with broken bones, minced flesh, and pieces of internal organs, scattering all over the place. His rain sword veil was powerful, but the Star River crystal sand was even more pervasive. He accidentally inhaled a grain of Star River crystal sand. The Star River crystal sand expanded rapidly under Jiang Tian's control, bursting him. In a few breaths, Huofenqing, Xiaoqinghe and Bai Huer, 3 overlords at the level of Zongzi and Zongzi, died. Many emperors, generals and peak-stage golden core cultivators of small and medium-sized sects were all crushed into powder. When the smoke disappeared, the many troops above the city who were about to attack again were all dumbfounded. Their scalps tingled and their hearts almost exploded. This scene was too shocking. Those 3 Daozi and Zongzi were all at the peak stage of the golden core realm with vast cultivation arts. They were going to control the large sects in the future, but they were all killed by Jiang Tian's Earth Dragon in an instant. The emperors, generals, sect masters and city lords were all golden core overlords. They could make the continent tremble with a stomp of their feet, but they were all killed by Jiang Tian with a snap of his fingers. The thick Earth Wing Dragon was too powerful. Just by releasing the galaxy crystal sand, it killed these experts with a lift of its hand. How is this possible? When the dust settled, Prince Mo Yang, who was about to sneak up on Mao Hongdai, saw the dead people and quickly retreated in fear. He was so shocked that his heart almost jumped out of his throat. The scene in front of them was completely different from what they had imagined. They thought the army of Zongzi and sect masters would crush Jiang Tian like an ant. Unexpectedly, Jiang Tian erupted with extremely strong battle prowess, and he turned the tables around and forcefully crushed his opponent, completely turning the situation around. Jiang Tian was too powerful. It seemed that he was even able to compete with the sect masters of the large sects, the Buddhas and the Buddha. Even if he succeeded in kidnapping Jiang Tian and could restrain him, Jiang Tian would probably kill him even if he had to go to the ends of the earth. No one could stop him. Even if he had the Arhat as his backer, he couldn't protect him. Not only Prince Mo Yang, the overlords of the northern region and the senior members of the Changshan sect were completely petrified. What kind of Dharma form is that? It's so powerful that it can suppress all bloodlines, divine souls and Dharma form divine powers. It seems to be a dragon that can control the elements of earth. Is it an ancient deity beast or a divine beast? I've never seen or heard of it before. There are no deity beasts or divine beasts in the northern region or the west continent. Emperor Xianbing sucked in a breath of cold air as if he had a toothache. He clicked his tongue in wonder. The senior members of the Changshan sect looked up at the sky and frowned. Suddenly, the white-bearded Grand Elder frowned and said, "Luomei, don't you think this dragon-shaped beast looks a little familiar?" Fairy Luomei hesitated and said, "I think I've seen something similar in the records of my sect, but I'm not sure. It's not that I'm not sure, I just can't believe it." The Supreme Elder's expression was agitated. His entire body trembled as he said in a trembling voice, "This is the legendary winged dragon. the most powerful mythical beast in the world. It has the power to turn land into rivers, move mountains and fill seas, and even swallow planets. I never thought that I, Whitebeard, would be able to see such a mythical beast in this day and age. I can die without regrets. It seems that his Dharma forms are all divine beasts and divine creatures. Xianxia Azure Dragon, Red Sparrow, Dancing Divine Tree. The more Fairy Luomei thought about it, the more excited she became. Her curvy body couldn't stop trembling, and her breathing became unstable. Fairy Luomei, are those Dharma forms powerful? For example, what about the 8-division Sky Dragon Dharma form? Mao Hongdai asked curiously. 8-division Sky Dragon? Fairy Luomei chuckled. There was an unprecedented look of contempt in her eyes, as if someone was comparing a diamond to a stone. She said with an unprecedented tone of respect. The divine beast Dharma forms of the Taichu sect master have the power to swallow the world. Legend has it that in the depths of the universe, each of them can swallow the sun, sweep across a galaxy and suppress thousands of worlds. Besides, the Taichu sect master has 5 Dharma forms. The 8-division Sky Dragon Dharma form of the Golden Rock Temple is indeed powerful, but it can't even transcend this world. How can it be compared? 10,000 8-division Sky Dragon Dharma forms can't compare to a red sparrow and a winged dragon. Once that was said, everyone's faces were filled with shock and horror. Mao Hongdai, Mao Bilian, Luo Qi and the others were in a daze. Every generation of Golden Rock Temple's Tathagata possessed the Dharma form of the 8 divisions Heavenly Dragon. With this Dharma form, they could suppress West Earth for thousands of years, suppressing longevity and the other 4 great feat to the point that they didn't dare to raise their heads. How powerful was Jiang Tian, who had many Dharma forms more powerful than 10,000 8-division Sky Dragon Dharma forms? It wouldn't be as simple as dominating West Earth. Sigh. We were really blind back then. Luo Qi was full of regret. She sighed and mumbled. Kong Teichu, don't be arrogant. The army of West Earth won't forgive you. The Arhat won't forgive you and neither will the Taichu. Continue attacking. In the sky above and outside the city, many cultivators in the army roared in anger. This time, more than 30 golden core overlords had died. Apart from the 3 Zongzi, there were many kings, city lords and sect masters. It was a heavy loss. This was unacceptable to them. Chapter 1165. Do you really think that I, Kong Teichu, will let you go? Boom. When the Earth Dragon burst out, an army of 100,000 cultivators was instantly crushed by the chi of the yellow Earth. Countless galaxy crystal grains went on a rampage, destroying the world like a nuclear explosion. The army of 100,000 cultivators immediately turned into a pool of blood. Broken limbs, organs and bones fell like rain. Even the area they were in had been smashed into a huge crater that was 5 kilometers wide by the galaxy crystal sand. With just one strike, the army of 100,000 cultivators had been annihilated. The strength of the thick earth-wing dragon physique was too terrifying. It contained the Star River crystal sand and the primal chaos source stone cauldron. The primordial aura it exuded was equivalent to 10,000 mountains pressing down together. With over 100 million tons of weight, it could break through 10,000 arts with a single force. No treasures or abilities would be able to withstand it. Run! At this moment, the leaders of the demon-slaying army were so scared that their hearts almost exploded. The same thought appeared in their minds at the same time. 1,000,000 cultivators sounded powerful, but Jiang Tian had killed 100,000 cultivators. After 10 kills, the entire army would be annihilated. It was a total defeat. Swish, swish, swish. Many cultivators in the remaining 8 military formations immediately scattered in all directions. They were like mosquitoes that filled the sky, densely packed as they fled into the distance. Most of them were chi refinement cultivators. Only the leaders were golden core or foundation establishment cultivators. Even though the foundation establishment overlords were as fast as the speed of sound, they couldn't escape from Jiang Tian's pursuit. Didn't you want to kill me? Didn't you want to protect the righteous path? Why are you running? Jiang Tian sneered. His dantian rumbled and the Xianxia azure dragon rushed out towards the north of the city. Surging dark water surged into the sky, and it was like a world-destroying flood that covered the heavens and the earth as it descended. Instantly, an area of a few tens of kilometers in the northern part of the city was transformed into an expanse of water. Many Qi refinement cultivators and foundation establishment cultivators screamed and were crushed to pieces. The black water was extremely heavy and the waves spun like a tornado, crushing everything. In a blink, a few golden core overlords leading the army were smashed into pieces. Crunch, crunch. The taste of a golden core is pretty good. The green dragon swam in the black water and reached out with its claws. It swallowed the golden elixir along with its corporeal body and chewed it like candy. Many people were scared out of their wits when they saw this scene. Crown Prince Mo Yang and the Mo Luo Emperor had evil intentions in their hearts. They were so scared that they shivered. They wished they could fly away immediately. Tens of thousands of people were killed with a single strike. Golden core cultivators fell like rain and were swallowed alive. The golden core was known as an immortal and indestructible existence. It was incomparably balanced, and even a numinous treasure would not be able to easily split it open. For most golden cores, even if their physical bodies were destroyed, their golden cores would not be destroyed. They could completely rebuild their physical bodies. This was another aspect of the aura's core that far surpassed the foundation establishment stage, other than the power of the Dharma form. But then, those golden cores were crushed by Jiang Tian's divine body and Dharma form. How could they not be frightened? This time, I'm afraid the Mo royal family is going to be destroyed. Princess Yu Jiao's face turned pale and she sighed regretfully. The royal family of the Yunlan kingdom had already sent out an army of cultivators to help the Buddha Lord suppress Jiang Tian. They were already on the opposite side of Jiang Tian and were his mortal enemies. They were opening the way for him. Kong Teichu, who was so fierce, would not forgive them for not reporting their crimes. At the same time, the other statues of Jiang Tian also exploded. The light vermilion bird started a fire and headed south. It was as if there were giant suns erupting on the ground. In an instant, 200,000 cultivators were killed. Even the golden cores of a few golden core cultivators were burned to ashes. The green trees swayed to the east. Their roots were about 100 meters long and they were like treemen. They strode forward quickly and quickly caught up with the army of cultivators. The branches were emerald green and boundless, extending for hundreds of miles. As soon as they passed through, the branches became a meat skewer. The branches formed a giant fist with a radius of 100 meters and 1,000 meters. Instantly, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Thousands of people died and a giant pit appeared on the ground. On the other hand, Gingjin Divine General was sprinting towards the west. With a sweep of his saber, a fan of qi that was a few miles long spread out. Mountains crumbled, giant trees were chopped down like weeds, and blood flowed like rivers. Corpses fell one after another. About 10 minutes later, the screams and sounds of killing disappeared. Everything became quiet. Many divine bodies flashed and retreated into Jiang Tian's dantian like tired birds returning to the forest. Everyone rose into the air and was shocked to see. The area around Maolin City was covered in corpses and blood, like a sea of blood. Under the light of the blood-red sun, there were piles of corpses, broken limbs, broken Dharma artifacts, weapons, chariots, flying boats, cloud towers. There were corpses everywhere. In the sky, thick blood qi danced and formed giant red clouds, enveloping the sky as if it were azure hell. In the sunken areas, blood formed rivers, ponds and lakes. Countless corpses floated on them. None of the 1 million cultivators escaped. They all died. And their deaths were extremely miserable. Their intestines were pierced and their heads were chopped off. Those were the light injuries. Most of them were directly ground into meat paste and burned into ashes. They died without a complete corpse. Many of the dead people still had the expression of the moment before they died. Shock, fear, panic, pain, and despair. They came in high spirits and didn't think that killing Jiang Tian was a difficult task. It was more like a show of strength to crush him. But they didn't expect such a tragic ending. 3 Zhongzi, 1 president of the Commandment Hall of Golden Rock Temple, and 1 million cultivators in the army. None of them survived. In the crowd, Crown Prince Jihan murmured with a dull look and his teeth chattered. Even Fairy Luo Mei's face turned pale and her heart palpitated. We're really lucky to have such a sect master. From now on, we'll rise to the top and even suppress Golden Rock Temple. The white-bearded Grand Elder and the other senior members of the Changshan sect were excited when they saw this. It was as if they had received a great support. If news of this were to spread out, even the Buddha nature Arhat would be shocked out of his wits. Even the Tathagata of the present age would be alarmed. Congratulations to the sect master of Taichu for defeating the strong enemy and evading evil. You'll be famous throughout the ages and conquer West Earth. You'll achieve immortality. Emperor Mo Luo brought Crown Prince Mo Yang and Princess Yujiao forward with flattering expressions. They bowed and kowtowed. It's good that you can say nice things, but it can't cover your sins. I'll destroy the royal family of the Mo family. Sect master of Taichu, no. Give us a chance. We already know that we're wrong. Mo Luo's heart skipped a beat. His back was drenched in cold sweat. Then he shivered and begged with a pale face. The royal family of the Mo family was threatened by the Arhat. We had no choice. Otherwise, the Mo family would be destroyed. We admire the sect master of Taichu very much. We don't want to betray you at all. Crown Prince Mo Yang had a glib tongue and pushed all the responsibility away. His face was full of flattery. If he had a tail on his butt, he would look like a pug. Mao Hongdai believed that if Jiang Tian stretched out his foot, he would definitely lick Jiang Tian's foot without hesitation. What's the use of begging now? What were you doing earlier? I tried to persuade you, but you didn't care about the sect master of Taichu at all. You're so stubborn. Only Princess Yujiao smiled bitterly. She looked at her father and brother with despair in her eyes. If Jiang Taichu wasn't a ruthless and merciless person, if he wasn't a decisive person who kept his word, how could he have dominated the 3 dimensions and become an exalted overlord? Unfortunately, her father was blinded by greed and didn't know that. You have a chance to choose. I've given you too many chances. Jiang Tian's face flashed with a hint of mockery. He smiled coldly and said, "You could have told me the truth when you came to the ceremony today. But you didn't. Deep down, you still think that I, Kong Taichu, am easy to bully and will lose. Or you want me to die. Crown Prince Mo Yang, do you think I'm blind? When I was fighting with them, you wanted to kidnap Mao Hongdai and force me to submit. Bitch." Mao Hongdai suddenly remembered this detail. Her eyes were filled with anger and hatred. Before this, you were afraid that my master would attack you, so you sent Princess Yujiao to beg for mercy. I was the one who pleaded for your family, so you kept your worthless lives. I didn't expect you to sneak attack me. Sect master of Taichu, I didn't. Mo Yang argued. Are you going to kill me just because I got close to Mao Hongdai? I only wanted to help her stop the enemy. You're so unfair and suspicious. How can you convince the others? How can you become the Lord of the North? I won't accept this. Jiang Tian didn't argue. He just looked at him with a cold smile. Slap. Suddenly, Jiang Tian flicked his finger. A ray of golden light shot out and pierced the lower abdomen of an elder from the House of Extraordinary Warriors. He screamed in pain. His wig fell, revealing a bald head full of scars. His mask was also shattered by Jiang Tian's golden light, revealing his true face. Master Kong Ming of Golden Rock Temple. He's Buddha's most trusted senior brother. Everyone recognized him. Kong Ming was Buddha's most trusted senior brother. He was with Mo Yang, so it was obvious what it meant. Everyone shook their heads. Crown Prince Mo Yang and his family were evil and stupid. The sect master of Taichu had promised them that he wouldn't attack them, but they still came to seek death. They were so stupid. Mao Hongdai had pleaded for them, but they still wanted to kill them. They were so evil. Now, what do you have to say? Jiang Tian asked. Crown Prince Mo Yang was tongue-tied. He couldn't say anything and just kept trembling. Suddenly, he knew that he was going to die, so he decided to give it a try. He jumped up and shouted hysterically. Kongtu, you better be smart and don't kill me. I'm Buddha's disciple. If you kill me, he won't let you go. You are definitely not a match for the Buddha Nature Arhat. When the time comes and you are defeated by the Buddha Nature Arhat, I can still plead for you. Chapter 1166. Jiang Tian narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Oh, pleading for me? I don't think I need it." Jiang Tian's face was full of mockery, as though he was looking at a fool. "I can kill a bodhisattva with a wave of my hand. Besides, you're just a prospective disciple that bodhisattva has yet to accept." He raised his hand and slapped down casually. Rumble. The power of the palm strike was enough to destroy the heavens and earth. The Mo Luo Emperor, Prince Mo Yang, Princess Yu Jiao, Mo Ya, and the other experts of the House of Extraordinary Warriors, a total of 12 people, all exploded, and even their golden cores were shattered. This, Princess Yu Jiao. Mao Hongdai was so shocked that her body trembled. She probably felt that Princess Yu Jiao had no enmity towards Jiang Tian, and her death was a little unjust. In order to protect the Mo royal family, Princess Yu Jiao had been very close to Mao Hongdai these days. The little girl was not that mature, and it was normal for her to feel pity. I don't care what her motives are or what she thinks. I only look at the result. She didn't report it in advance, which means she's standing against me. Jiang Tian said slowly. Do you know how many people from the Yan Huang tribe and Lush Forest City would have died if Master's cultivation level was not so strong and the enemy attacked with such ferocity? You and your family would have died too. Her death is not worth regretting. Yes, I understand. Mao Hongdia's face was a little stern. She understood and quickly bowed. Taichu sect leader, are you not going to kill me? Master Kongming clutched his chest, his face pained as he asked in surprise. If I were to kill you, it would be as easy as killing a chicken. Jiang Tian said mockingly. I'm keeping you alive because I want you to go to Golden Rock Temple first and tell Bodhisattva that I'm going to kill him. You! Kongming's face froze, full of humiliation. He stared at Jiang Tian, his clenched fist trembling. After all, Kongming was a late-stage golden elixir cultivator. His strength ranked in the top 20 in Golden Rock Temple, and he was well known throughout the entire West Earth. Even the sect leader or the emperor had to be respectful to him. But now Jiang Tian said that killing him would be as easy as killing a chicken. This was the ultimate humiliation, a merciless slap to the face. At this moment, he wished he could chop Jiang Tian into pieces. However, he suddenly calmed down. Yes, although Jiang Tian's words were unpleasant to hear, they weren't exaggerated at all. Chun Gang, the president of the Commandment Hall, 3 Zongzis, and more than 30 gold core cultivators were all killed by Jiang Tian with a snap of his fingers. Wasn't it just as easy to kill him? It was a piece of cake. Good. The Taichu sect master is so impressive. I will definitely bring these words to the Buddha Nature Arhat. At the thought of this, Kongming let out a bitter laugh and soared into the sky. He turned into a golden rainbow and flew toward Golden Rock Temple. Whitebeard and Fan Luomei were shocked. Wasn't this the same as letting the tiger return to the mountain? Wouldn't letting someone send a message be a way for the Buddha Nature Arhat to be prepared? However, Jiang Tian was already a supreme existence in their hearts. Although they felt that it was inappropriate, they did not say anything. Gentlemen of Skylight. Jiang Tian's eyes suddenly landed on Mu Yang and the other generals of Tianling, his voice cold. He said coldly, You've surrendered to the Buddha Nature Arhat of the Golden Rock Temple and become my enemy. Their crimes are punishable by the extermination of their entire clan. Not even a chicken or dog will be spared. Why do we need the sect master to deal with these ants? Me. Fairy Luo Mei's gaze was as cold as a sword. She sneered and unleashed her divine ability. Blood rained down like rain. Mu Yang and the others from Tianling didn't even have the time to scream before they fell to the ground, dead. Thump thump. Please forgive us, sect master of Taichu. We're sorry. They watched as Jiang Tian was about to kill the crown princes and emperors of 2 countries. Black Ice, Arctic Frost, the other monarch of the Tenzhou nation, as well as many faction masters, city lords, and generals, were so scared that their hearts almost exploded. They knelt down, trembling. Beads of cold sweat rolled down their backs like streams. Even Luo Qi and the other female cultivators burst into tears and lost control of their bodies. They even peed on the spot. Jiang Tian had killed millions of soldiers. He was not a human being. He was as powerful as a god and as terrifying as a demon. Who could withstand his anger? Everyone, am I that scary? The people I killed were all sinners, so why are you all so panicked? Get up, get up. Jiang Tian smiled warmly, revealing his white teeth. Jihan Han felt relieved and stood up slowly as if he had just survived a disaster. Jiang Tian looked at him and smiled. Jihan, you've offended me many times before, but I, Kong Teichu, am a kind person. I don't want to argue with an ant like you. You know you've offended heaven and you're extremely uneasy. You've asked Mao Hongdai to tell you that as long as I don't kill you, you'll be loyal to me. But where were you when the enemy invaded? You didn't do anything and were discussing whether to surrender to the Buddha nature Arhat. Do you think I didn't hear your immortal will? Do you think I'm a fool? Please show mercy and spare our lives, Taichu sect master. We won't do this again in the future. After all, we didn't really surrender. Jihan Han and Xianbing's hearts skipped a beat. They immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed. If you really wanted to surrender, you'd be dead. Jiang Tian smiled. I'm very merciful. I won't kill you, but you'll have to suffer. You'll be stripped of your throne and private property, crippled of your cultivation and meridians, and your people will be slaves for the rest of their lives. That's your punishment. This is what you deserve. Fairy Luo Mei had completely become Jiang Tian's executioner. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately stepped forward and attacked mercilessly. Their sea of qi shattered, their golden cores cracked, their meridians broken and their cultivation lost. You've received my protection, so you should be loyal to me forever. You can't betray me. Otherwise, you'll die. Of course, if you don't like it, you can choose not to live in my territory. The world is vast and you can go anywhere you want. I won't stop you. Jiang Tian glanced at everyone coldly and asked in a cold voice. But you want my protection and you want me to kill the enemy to protect you. Why did you betray me? Do you think the protection of Kong Teichu is so cheap? Do you think I, Kong Teichu, am easy to bully? At this moment, many people who had knelt before the Demon Slayer army were trembling uneasily. Jiang Tian was too domineering. He killed the emperor, the crown prince, and the princess without hesitation. He was ruthless to the extreme. When they saw Jiang Tian's fury and realized that they were about to die, they didn't have the slightest intention to resist. There was only deep fear and coldness in their hearts. Taichu sect master, I was too scared just now. That's why I knelt and begged for mercy. I didn't mean to betray you. Luo Qi knelt on the ground, trembling. She had a flattering smile on her face and kept wagging her tail. Since we've known each other for a long time, please spare me. She was the first to kneel and beg for mercy in front of the Demon Slayer army. She was terrified and forced to smile. It was uglier than crying. Jiang Tian didn't even look at Luo Qi. He only flicked his finger. Bang! Luo Qi's head exploded, and a rain of sparkling and translucent flesh rained down. Her curvaceous and exquisite body fell to the ground, splashing out streaks of scarlet blood. Luo Qi's face was full of regret even before she died. Originally, she had been very active in organizing the sect master's coronation ceremony. She was close to Jiang Tian and had seen the dawn of victory. However, because of a wrong decision, she lost everything that she had worked so hard to build. Everyone was so scared that they trembled. Many of them cried. Jiang Tian flicked the non-existent dust off his fingers, stood there lazily with his hands behind his back, and said indifferently, What's the matter? However, since it's your first offense, I'll only kill one person. Remember my rules. If you do it again, I'll kill all of you." At this moment, the entire place was silent. Dead silence. Everyone was deeply shocked by Jiang Tian. He had swept through millions of troops with great strength. He had purged the internal traitors. He had seen everything clearly. Wanting to pretend to be a two-faced person in front of Jiang Tian and take advantage of Jiang Tian, that was simply a fool's dream. Amidst this silence, Jiang Tian slowly paced around and announced unhurriedly, "That's right. From now on, Mao Bohu is the emperor of the Cloud Mist Nation. Skylight Nation is ruled by the Yen Huang tribe. Extreme Ice Nation is ruled by Fairy Luo Mei and the Fan family." As soon as he said that, Extreme Frost and Black Ice looked desperate. Everyone else was filled with fear and sorrow. This kind of punishment was even worse than killing them. What they valued the most was imperial power. They could sit on worldly power and enjoy endless wealth and glory. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian demoted them to slaves and commoners. Moreover, there would be special supervision. It was simply impossible for them to make a comeback for the rest of their lives. Their lives depended on their cultivation. Arctic Frost was most proud of his talent and cultivation. However, Jiang Tian had crippled their cultivation and meridians. For the rest of their lives, they could only be trampled on like ants. This punishment was heart-wrenching. But the mistake had been made, and there was no turning back. They could not blame Jiang Tian for being ruthless. They could only blame themselves for being two-faced and not having strong wills. After all, Jiang Tian had given them a chance, but they had not taken it. Those like Mao Bohu, the Fan family, and the Yen Huang tribe were determined. They had risen to the top in a single bound, gaining status and resources that they had never had before. Jiang Tian's thunderous methods and clear punishments made them realize that Jiang Tian's authority was deep. His eyes were like torches, and he was not to be trifled with. Fear and respect rose in the hearts of the crowd. The sect leader is fair in his rewards and punishments. We are all in awe. The Taichu sect leader is a man of great talent and vision. The Changshan sect will definitely rise to the top and achieve everlasting merits. Countless people bowed to Jiang Tian, their faces stern and respectful. The upper echelons of the Changshan sect were all in awe. This was the way it should be. If not, there would always be two-faced people like Mo Yang and Prince Muyang. If not, there would be people like Arctic Frost Crown Prince. If not, how could the experts of the mortal countries be convinced? Mao Billion was delighted. She could not suppress the smug smile on her face. The Fan family would control the entire Ice Pole nation in the future. Fan Xiuzhu would be the emperor, and she would be the empress. Moreover, the Mao family would also control the Yunlan nation, and she would be the princess of the Yunlan nation. Double happiness. She had risen to the top. This was a blessing that she had not even dared to imagine. She was overjoyed. But then she heard Jiang Tian's cold voice. "Mao Billion, you have offended me many times before. I did not take it to heart, but you did not cherish it. The enemy is right in front of you, but you have confused the morale of the army, trying to instigate Fan Xiuzhu to defect. Is this appropriate?" Hearing this, Mao Billion's heart skipped a beat, and her heart fell into the abyss. She trembled as she knelt down. "Taichu sect leader, please forgive me." Chapter 1167. Hearing that, Mao Bohu was shocked as if he had been struck by lightning. He quickly knelt down and said firmly, "Taichu sect master, this woman doesn't change and has no sense of the big picture. She has offended you many times. I will cut off all ties with her and punish her severely. She will be banished to the cold palace and be a servant for life." An emperor had to be extremely rational. After offending Jiang Tian, he would lose everything he had just obtained and even his family would be wiped out. Leaving someone like Mao Billion, who had a weak heart and an unwise mind, in the core of the family would only lead the family astray in the future. "Dad, how can you do this? Mao Bilian begged with tears in her eyes. However, Mao Bohu's face was cold and he didn't even look at her. He was extremely disappointed in his daughter. This woman is extremely stupid and weak. She became a traitor after a little pressure and offended the Taichu sect master again and again. Fairy Luo Mei's face turned cold and she said with a hint of disdain. How can she take on such great responsibilities in the future and become the mother of that country? She doesn't deserve to be Fan Xiuzhu's wife. This marriage is also annulled. That's how it should be. Mao Bohu nodded. Fan Xiuzhu didn't have any objections. He looked at Mao Bilian in disgust and said, I have no objections either. Xiuzhu, how can you leave me alone? Help me beg Taichu for mercy. Beg for mercy? Mao Bilian's heart felt like it was being stabbed. She hugged Fan Xiuzhu's legs and cried. Are all the men in the world so heartless? Could it be that I misjudged you? If you really love me, you're willing to stand by my side and fight against the world. Such an ending was no different from falling from heaven to hell for Mao Bilian. She was supposed to be the princess and queen of a country. She would be respected by everyone in the polar snow and cloud mist countries. Such status and power were rare even in the entire West Earth, let alone in the North. However, because of what Jiang Tian said, she was deprived of everything. She was stripped of everything. A happy marriage, supreme authority, endless glory and wealth. She was even banished to the cold palace as a slave. It was like being stepped onto hell and then 10,000 more feet. Scram. Fan Xiu kicked her in the chest with his bamboo, and Mao Bilian fell to the ground on her back. You dare to hit me, you scum. Mao Bilian was stunned. She didn't expect to be beaten up by her fiancé. She felt wrong to the extreme. Fan Xiuzhu was so angry that he was trembling all over. His face was ashen as he roared, What did you say just now? Don't tell me you've forgotten. You said that you want me to take action and kidnap Mao Hongdai and your father to surrender to Fire Beacon City and the Buddhist child. Using this to threaten the Taichu sect master. What? Mao Hongdai was so angry that tears rolled down her cheeks. She said coldly, Mao Bilian, it was you who was chosen as the saintess by the Immortal Dark Sect. I replaced you in order to save your life and make you a disciple. How dare you treat me like this? But, sister, forgive me this once. Mao Bilian was speechless and could only sob. You can't see the monstrous strength of the Taichu sect master. You are not wise. Fan Xiuzhu bellowed. The Taichu sect master saved your family, but you repay his kindness with enmity. You want to harm him. You are unrighteous. You say that you want to serve the Taichu sect master, that you will die for him. But in the end, you want to betray the sect. You are not loyal. You don't care about the lives of the Yan Huang tribe and the millions of citizens of Maolin City. You want to use their lives to exchange for your own wealth. You are unrighteous. You actually want to make a move against me, your father, and your sister. Your heart is as vicious as a scorpion's. You're such a disloyal, unfilial, heartless, and unwise person, yet you still want me to be loyal to you? You even want me to stand by your side against the Taichu sect master. Has your brain been stepped on by an elephant? Mao Bohu's expression instantly became extremely gloomy, and a trace of shame flashed across his face as he questioned, Bilian, you actually want Xiuzhu to hold me and your sister hostage. You know, if he really did it, we'd probably die. Dad, I'm doing this for the good of the family. The army just came, and the Taichu sect master looked. Mao Bilian explained. Jiang Tian's face flashed with impatience. Fairy Luo Mei sensed it immediately. She coughed and said, Brother Bohu, this girl cannot be left alive. I understand. Mao Bohu's eyes were cold and merciless. He strode forward and grabbed Mao Bilian by the throat. Misfortune awaited those whose virtues did not match their position. If Mao Bilian was only the daughter of the city lord, her jealousy, viciousness, selfishness, and snobbishness would not be a big problem. But once she took control of a country, these shortcomings would be magnified tenfold, 100 times. She could even bring disaster to the hundreds of millions of people in the country. Father, give me a chance. Mao Bilian's face was full of shock, fear, and pleading. She was sweating profusely. She had never thought that she would one day die at the hands of her own father. This was a great pain and suffering. I won't kill you, but I will shatter your divine soul and destroy your meridians so that you can't do evil anymore. Mao Bohe's eyes were filled with tears. He could not bear to kill his daughter. He slapped the top of her head with his right hand and then her sea of vital energy a few times. Mao Bilian's 7 orifices were bleeding, and she fainted. When she opened her eyes again, there was no clarity in them. There was only dullness. Sigh, Mao Bohu is too soft-hearted. He doesn't have the ruthless mentality of an emperor. He can't be absolutely rational. Even his daughter doesn't care about his life. If it were another emperor, they would have cut him into pieces. But he still can't kill him. Jiang Tian was a little disappointed in him, but he was too lazy to say anything else. Just as everyone was about to crowd over and express their loyalty again, Jiang Tian had already stepped into the air and ascended to the sky. Taichu Sect Master, where are you going? The white-bearded Grand Supreme Elder was surprised. I'm going to attend the ceremony and kill the Arhat. I've always been a gentleman. It's too late to wait for revenge. Since the Arhat wants to kill me, I'll return the favor 100 times over. Jiang Tian laughed and flashed across the sky like a ray of white light, heading towards the Golden Rock Temple on Mount Lain in the central region. Only the senior members of the Changshan sect and the overlords of the North region were left behind. They looked at each other in shock. Sigh, the Arhat is a talented person, but he didn't expect the Taichu sect master to be so powerful. In the face of such absolute strength, all schemes and tricks are useless. The white-bearded Grand Supreme Elder sighed and shook his head. After today, the name Taichu sect master will shock the entire Westland. Everyone who hears it will be terrified. Fairy Luo Mei's eyes were filled with shock and fascination as she muttered to herself. When everyone heard this, their expressions changed slightly as they deeply agreed with him. Let's not talk about the result of Jiang Tian's visit to the Taichu banquet. He had killed 3 Zongzi, the first master of the Justice Hall, more than 30 golden core cultivators and an army of 1,000,000 cultivators. That was enough for him to become famous in the world and outshine the sect masters of the other 4 top sections. You're stirring up trouble again. Why don't you open the door of time and space and let me out first? Li Wuji stomped his feet and said. The central region was also known as the Grand Middle region in the West Earth world. Its land was vast, far surpassing that of the other 4 regions. It was filled with exotic flowers and herbs, spirit springs, and spirit mountains. The central region was like a surging dragon, and it was many times more prosperous than the North region. Mount Lain. This mountain was majestic and vast. Numerous mountain peaks stood in great numbers, surrounding and protecting the main peak. The mountain peaks here formed layers of stairs. At the bottom, there were 3,000 mountain peaks, forming a large circle. At the second layer, there were 999 mountain peaks. Above that, there were 99 mountain peaks. Above that, there were 9 mountain peaks. Each layer was higher than the one before, surrounding the main peak in the center, the Golden Peak. There were many temples on the mountains, worshipping giant Buddha statues. Some of the mountains were carved into giant Buddhas, some were built on the palms of Buddhas, and some were built in the heart. The highest golden peak of Mount Lain was already in the clouds. There were thunderbolts in the sky from time to time. Meanwhile, the Taichu banquet was being held in the Golden Rock Temple. The Taichu banquet is open and welcoming. Everyone can communicate with each other. The Golden Rock Temple will open the treasury and give to the world. On top of the Golden Peak, in a magnificent 10,000 Buddha hall, an eminent monk was preaching on the altar. Many sect masters and sect masters of the large sects stood in the hall with solemn faces. And in the plaza outside the Grand Hall, all the important figures of the West Earth had gathered. Dozens of countries and hundreds of giant cities had gathered. The various sect masters, patriarchs, sovereigns, and city lords of each region and 3 great realms had all gathered. There were many golden core cultivators and overlords there. They were several times more powerful than the Demon Slayer army that attacked Lin City. The entire West Earth would shake and the sky would tremble when they stomped their feet. They were all powerful and had high positions. They were too extraordinary. This is unprecedented. Senior Brother Leng, why are there so many more people in this Taichu banquet? There are 5 million people in the mortal world and tens of thousands in the cultivation world. Even some old living fossils that haven't been seen for hundreds of years have come out. A young sword cultivator looked at Leng Jianfeng, who was leading the group, and asked with his divine sense, "What's the matter?" His name was Zhang Wen. He was only in his 30s and was already at the early stage of foundation establishment. He was an elite disciple of the Sword Palace and was quite talented. However, he didn't stand out among the tens of thousands of guests present. He didn't even have the right to enter the 10,000 Buddha Hall. It said that Tathagata is likely to step down and choose the next Tathagata from the many bodhisattvas. Before he passes away, he will enlighten him with all his cultivation. Leng Jianfeng, a personal disciple of the Sword Palace, replied, "So, those old guys have to come out of the mountain to watch the ceremony to see how important it is. Didn't you see the tens of thousands of monk soldiers at the foot of the mountain? They have sealed the mountain gate and are guarding everywhere. At this moment, not even a bird can fly in, let alone an enemy. This is a big deal. A new Tathagata is going to be born?" Zhang Wen clicked his tongue in shock. He looked up and saw that the bodhisattvas on the side of the hall all looked uneasy. Obviously, they were a little worried about whether the position of Tathagata would fall on their heads. Only the Buddha-nature bodhisattva looked calm. His face was solemn, as if he was holding a pearl of wisdom and was full of confidence. For hundreds of years, Golden Rock Temple has been prosperous. There are many talents. The 6 bodhisattvas have all condensed sariras, which are golden cores. Almost all of them are at the late stage and perfected stage. Leng Jianfeng said with a look of envy, "But I'm afraid only the Buddha-nature bodhisattva can take over the position of Tathagata. He has endless merit." Endless merit? Zhang Wen didn't understand. Chapter 1168. The Changshan sect is the cancer of the fiend sects in West Earth. It has been stubborn for hundreds of years. This time, the Bodhisattva has gathered 1,000,000 troops to eliminate the Changshan sect. Leng Jianfeng sighed with a look of reverence and fascination. Could it be that this merit is not great enough? This is something that even the 3 Rulai couldn't do in the past 500 years. So, Master, Senior Brothers and Junior Brothers went to eliminate the Changshan sect. Zhang Wen was enlightened. If the sect master of the Sword Palace, Wang Xianxiao, hadn't brought his fellow disciples to eliminate the fiends, he wouldn't have been able to participate in this banquet. Eliminating the fiends is the first thing. Leng Jianfeng lowered his voice and said with his immortal will, "Once the war begins, there will definitely be many deaths and injuries, and the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. Many cities, mountains, and plains will be filled with wandering souls. The disciples of the Golden Rock Temple will be able to obtain the power of faith and the merit of the power of will. That's the second thing." "I see." Zhang Wen was envious. Many of the divine powers of the Golden Rock Temple were converted from the power of will and the power of faith. This was something that the Sword Palace couldn't compare with. The Changshan sect will be defeated in this battle. They have a lot of treasures and the northern region is quite large. Countless resources will be distributed to the sects, countries, and cities. The Bodhisattva will have countless helpers. That's the third thing. With such favorable conditions, could it be that the Bodhisattva with Buddha nature still cannot ascend to the position of Buddha? Leng Jianfeng's eyes were focused as he made the final decision. Impressive. Zhang Wen was amazed. The Bodhisattva was simply a meticulous plan that killed 3 birds with 1 stone. This wasn't as simple as having a high level of cultivation. Only such a shrewd and scheming person would have the qualifications to control the entire West Earth. That star butcher, Kong Teichu, is indeed a talented person. He's only a foundation establishment cultivator, but he can become the sect master of the Changshan sect. Unfortunately, he's from Earth and he met the Bodhisattva. Lung Jianfeng lamented with a complicated look. There was a bit of admiration and regret in his eyes. So, he's from Earth. Senior brother Jianfeng, are you sure? Hearing this, Zhang Wen was extremely shocked and almost cried out in shock. Only many of the higher-ups knew about this, and this was the first time he had heard of it. Even in the great sects like Golden Rock Temple and Tingyu Tower, there might not be one in 1,000 years who could challenge a Jindan realm cultivator at the late stage of Jindan realm. But who would have thought that such an expert would appear in West Earth? Moreover, he actually came from Earthworld. It was truly unbelievable. Yes, he is indeed a peerless monster. Such an expert is extremely rare even in the ruins of immortality, let alone in the West Earth. Lung Jianfeng could only smile bitterly. So what if he was strong? So what if he was talented? In the end, he was just an ant from Earth. Without a powerful backer, he was all alone. How could he amount to anything? At this time, in the sky above the Thousand Buddha Hall, the eminent monks were shining with golden light. They sat in the clouds and were surrounded by lightning. Behind them, there were golden halos, which were extremely dazzling. Tathagata was the leader of the monks. He sat at the highest point on a golden lotus throne shaped by clouds and mist. He had a large body and a kind face. Beside him were venerables. Below him were the Vajras, Bodhisattvas, Arhats, Dharma protectors, and the heads of the various halls. Their cultivation was extremely powerful, and almost all of them were at the late stage of golden core. There were also some eminent monks from other races who had achieved the Tao. Under the Buddha light, a few sect masters sincerely worshipped Buddha and asked Tathagata to answer their questions. The sect master of the fire worship sect, Huofenshin, was an experienced perfected golden core cultivator. He had condensed a 6th-grade golden core with a large amount of red lotus earth fire, which was a middle-grade golden core. He was a famous perfected immortal in this world. He had a head of wild red hair. His face was rough, and his body was tall and majestic. He was surrounded by fire dragons, which were about 100 feet long. They burned the area with a radius of 1 mile. The clouds and mist crackled, and no one could get close to him. The sect master of the Tingyu Tower, Xiaolingyu, looked only 30 years old. He had sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, and he was handsome. When the breeze blew, his green robe fluttered in the air, making him look even more elegant. He looked elegant, quiet, and aloof from worldly affairs. However, a curtain of rain fell from the side close to Huofenshin. The rain was drizzling. Sometimes it was like a thin rain falling on a parasol tree, and sometimes it was like a shower hitting a banana. It was like the spring rain of apricot blossoms in the south of the Yangtze River. It carried a trace of desolation, coldness, and sadness. The rain was gentle, but it kept the raging fire dragons outside. They couldn't get close to him. It could be seen that his strength was not inferior to Huofenshin. The other sect master of the Hahuan sect was a beautiful man. He wore a colorful brocade robe and overalls. He had makeup on, but he was an enchanting man. He was unusually handsome. His skin was so delicate that even women would feel ashamed of themselves. His hair was parted in the middle, and his long hair was draped over his shoulders. He sat cross-legged on a huge python, but he wasn't at ease. He looked around, and from time to time, he would throw flirtatious glances at Xiaolingyu and pout at Huofenshin. Xiaolingyu looked at his nose, mouth, and heart. He turned a blind eye and listened attentively to Tathagata's sermon. However, Huofenshin's heart was pounding, and he gritted his teeth. This bewitching man was really hateful. He liked both men and women. When he sang and danced, he was even more moving. He made me angry. However, he quickly collected his thoughts and listened attentively to Tathagata's sermon. Tathagata's cultivation was profound, his strength was strong, and his dharma was extensive. It was said that he had the chance to reach the nirvana realm in his lifetime, which was the nascent soul that other cultivators often called. The nascent soul realm. That was the creation of the world. In 10,000 years, Tathagata was probably the only person who had truly stepped into the nascent soul realm. If he had passed down his cultivation before he passed away, the successor Tathagata would also have endless benefits and would be able to reach the nascent soul realm. Other than the three giants, there were also many elders, leaders of many sects, monarchs, and generals. There were a total of 500 people listening to the sermon, and most of them were golden core powerhouses. It could be said that the top powerhouses of the entire vast West Earth were gathered here, and there were even many living fossils. These people had powerful cultivation and held high positions. They could shake the entire West Earth with a stomp of their feet. However, at this moment, they sat down obediently like a group of primary school students listening to the sermon. Their faces were sincere and solemn, and they asked questions from time to time, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. Tathagata of the Golden Rock Temple had profound dharma and was well-versed in all things. With a little guidance from Tathagata, everyone was enlightened, and the obstacles that had troubled them for many years were suddenly unimpeded. Even violent auras shot up into the sky, and brilliance filled the sky. Dozens of people were sublimated to the extreme and broke through to the next realm on the spot. As expected of Tathagata, the only nascent soul powerhouse in West Earth. His dharma powers are really boundless and his dharma powers are vast. Seeing this, a fire worship sect grand elder was shocked. His face was full of reverence as he put his palms together and praised. He and Tathagata were of the same generation, but Tathagata had long surpassed them and ascended to the heavens. He was not someone he could compare to. Then, Tathagata ordered people to open the treasury and give out gifts to everyone. They were all top-notch pills, dharma artifacts, cultivation techniques, and cultivation resources. For example, the One Buddha pill was a superior-grade spirit pill. Once consumed, it could calm a cultivator's mind and dissipate their mental demons. It was very beneficial for cultivation. However, each person present had 3 of such spirit pills, and the consumption was huge. The nude assembly proceeded in an orderly manner. When it was about to end, Tathagata sat high in the clouds and looked at Fo Sheng. Fo Sheng, is there any news from Maolin City? Revered one, that Kong Techu is very powerful. I heard that after Ming Rui forcefully formed his nascent soul, he still used a secret technique of the Fiend sect to summon vengeful souls and kill Ming Rui. Fo Sheng stepped on the auspicious white clouds and slowly rose to the sky. He put his palms together and said respectfully, "Although Kong Techu inherited the Changshan sect and his crimes are unforgivable, we Buddhists are virtuous. I don't want to kill him because it wasn't easy for him to cultivate. Therefore, I've ordered Fire Beacon City to deploy 1 million soldiers to intimidate him. I'm sure that the Taichu sect master will know what's good for him and come to Golden Rock Temple to accept his punishment before the nude ceremony ends. Once his demonic nature is removed, he'll definitely become a senior monk and benefit the world." The other bodhisattvas all looked over with admiration and envy. Buddhists are particular about equality and virtuous. Tathagata glanced at everyone and sighed. Ming Rui, the sect master of the Changshan sect, once studied Buddhism under me for 3 years. He used the Buddhist doctrine of reincarnation, but he didn't persuade people to do good. He only did evil things. The 3 laws of longevity, countless people killed each other, the flesh altar, giving up on oneself and committing suicide to sacrifice flesh and blood, the blood-body changing technique, greedy for the essence of others. After they die, they will definitely fall into the path of karma, hell, evil spirits and beasts. The Changshan sect's doctrine can be said to be the 3 poisons of greed, anger and stupidity. The poison is deep in the bones. Although our bodies are stinky, we can use fake cultivation to increase our karma. Committing suicide is the worst of the evils. I've tried to persuade her before, but she was already filled with demonic thoughts and didn't listen at all. This time, the Taichu sect master has just ascended. I'm sure the poison isn't too deep and his demonic thoughts aren't thick." He looked at Fo Sheng with admiration and smiled. "Fo Sheng, you've made this good karma. Bring him here and you can save countless people. You've done a great deed." "You're right, revered one." Many bodhisattvas, venerables, vajras and arhats nodded in agreement. I'll remember what you said, revered one. The Buddha nature arhat knelt down in the void. He could not help but reveal a trace of joy on his face. The Changshan sect dominated the north. Ming Rui and the Buddhists disagreed and killed randomly. They had always been a thorn in the side of the Buddhists. However, Ming Rui's fallacious reasoning and heresy naturally had countless believers who worshipped it as a standard and fervently believed in it. Once the Buddhists and the Changshan sect went to war, there would be a great war. People would be plunged into misery and suffering, and blood would stain the land. That was what Tathagata didn't want to see, so Golden Rock Temple didn't do anything. This time, if Fo Xing captured Kong Techu and converted his demonic thoughts, he would take down the Changshan sect from its roots. He would be able to suppress the other bodhisattvas. When Tathagata chose the next Tathagata, he would definitely choose him. Kong Techu, I'm grateful for your appearance. You'll be my stepping stone to become revered one. Fo Xing was so happy that the corners of his mouth twitched crazily. He couldn't control his majestic smile. Tathagata, also known as revered one, was the supreme being of this world. He stood on the golden peak of Mount Thunder and looked down on the boundless territory of the four territories like a god. He enjoyed the respect of billions of people and was worshipped by tens of thousands of sections. Even 100 emperors couldn't compare to him. Also, if Fo Xing became revered one, he would receive old Rulai's teachings in the future. He might reach the Nirvana realm and live for thousands of years. Furthermore, he would be the first Nirvana realm practitioner in West Earth in 10,000 years. He would create history and leave his name in history. Chapter 1169. The conversation above the Golden Peak soon spread throughout the entire Naked Summit. What? The Bodhisattva has already sent Fire Beacon City to capture the Taichu sect master. Not only that, the overlords of the Fire Worship sect, the Hahuan sect and the Tingyu Tower have all been dispatched. Many powerful sects in the Grand Middle region and the other 3 territories have also sent people to participate in the battle. The Bodhisattva has been training his army for a month. Ah, what a pity! The Taichu sect master was able to kill a nascent soul cultivator. What a pity that he's going to die here. Countless people's expressions changed. The overlords of the countries, sects and families who had come to participate in the Naked Summit were all shocked. He can kill Ming Rui, who is a nascent soul cultivator, but he's no match for the Zongzis. Ming Rui used an evil art to force a nascent soul cultivator, but his combat power is only at the peak stage golden core level. This time, Kong Techu is doomed. This is what Kong Techu deserves. The Changshan sect is the most evil sect in the northern region. He'll be killed sooner or later if he wants to sit on the throne. However, there were some people who revealed mocking expressions, believing that Jiang Tian would undoubtedly die this time, and that there would not be a good ending. At this moment, an arhat covered in blood staggered over, looking battered and exhausted. It was Kong Ming, who had been sent back by Jiang Tian to deliver the message. The news should have arrived by now. They're back. Seeing this, a hint of joy appeared on Buddha's face. Senior brother Kong Ming was severely injured when he tried to capture Kong Techu. We'll reward him in the future. Kong Ming flew to the Bodhisattva and said something with his immortal will. The smile on the Bodhisattva's face froze as if he had seen a ghost. What's wrong? Huofenshin frowned and asked. He felt that the Bodhisattva's energy had changed, as if he had been greatly frightened. At this time, Tathagata had already closed his eyes and looked sad. He heaved a sigh and said, Kong Techu is so powerful. He's killed so many people. His dharma was profound, and with his heart connection divine ability, he could check the thoughts of others. It was even more terrifying than ordinary soul searching. He already knew everything. Sect leader of flame worship, there is news from Maolin City. The Buddha Nature Arhat said in a trembling voice, the million-strong demon slayer army has been utterly defeated. The 3 Zongzis, the head of the discipline hall, Chun Gang, and more than 30 golden core cultivators, have all perished. There is only one murderer, Kong Taichu. What? As soon as he said that, the entire Golden Peak fell into dead silence. All the eminent monks of Golden Rock Temple, including the Tathagata of the present age as well as the sect leader, the monarch, and the heads of aristocratic families who came to participate in the naked ceremony, were all dumbfounded. Junior brother, are you mistaken? A bodhisattva walked out and looked at the bodhisattva in disbelief. That's 3 zongzis and the head of the commandment hall. That's a total of 33 golden core experts. Even if we, the revered one of the world Tathagata, would not be able to win easily. He's merely Jiang Taichu. How can he annihilate the entire army by himself? The bodhisattva's hands trembled and his face turned pale. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead and he did not know how to answer. Revered one of the world Tathagata, this guy is ruthless and ruthless. He killed millions of people. He deserves to be punished. The bodhisattva is too kind and benevolent. Why did you bring him here? You should have converted him with Buddhist Dharma. You should have killed him on the spot. Kong Taichu must have taken the opportunity to sneak an attack. How despicable! Otherwise, how could he have killed so many people? Revered one of the world Tathagata, please lead us to kill this guy. Everyone could not believe it and their killing intent was boiling. Especially the 3 sect leaders, who were filled with righteous indignation and were about to kill Jiang Tian. Bai Hu, Lianqing, and Xiao Qinghe were the fruits of their hard work. They were going to inherit their legacy in the future and were closer to them than their own children. How could they bear to see them killed? Tathagata sighed. Tathagata had a sorrowful look on his face. Before he could make up his mind, a golden rainbow that pierced through the sun and moon suddenly lit up the horizon. The golden light was so domineering and sharp that it didn't slow down at all even when it was blocked by the grand array of Mount Thunder, the golden Buddhas, and the heroes of the world. The golden streak of light was like a peerless heavenly sword that could cut through thousands of stormy waves. It forcefully tore apart the protective formation of the mountain and rushed through it, arriving above the golden peak. Accompanying the golden rainbow was a sonorous sound that pierced through the air and split the clouds. It was as if metal and stone were clashing together. Kong Taichu, the sect leader of the Tianqing school on Earth and the sect leader of the Changshan sect in West Earth, is here to attend the naked ceremony. The voice echoed in Mount Thunder. Millions of people were shocked. Jiang Tian's arrival was arrogant and unruly, and his aura was vast and majestic. He turned into a golden light and went through the grand array of Mount Thunder. He knocked away the overlords who tried to stop him and came to the top of the golden peak, facing Golden Rock Temple's Tathagata. At this moment, the 5 million people who came to attend the naked ceremony on Mount Thunder and the 10 million people in the cities at the foot of the mountain looked up at the same time and saw the tall man in the sky. The young man's black hair was like a waterfall and his robe was like a fluttering flag. His face was as handsome as a god's and he wasn't any weaker than Tathagata. Kong Taichu, how dare you break into the Golden Rock Temple on Mount Thunder? A bodhisattva with the Buddhist name of Foxen stood up and shouted angrily. You're the demon slayer army of Buddha. You're breaking into Maolin City? You can break in but I, Kong Taichu, can't do it? Jiang Tian sneered and raised his hand to clap. Suddenly, an incomparably vast and heavy earth elemental aura descended from the sky like 10,000 mountains, suppressing over. Boom! This Fozi Foxen was instantly pressed down until he fell straight down, lying on the ground miserably. Just when he couldn't stand it anymore, the pressure suddenly disappeared. He was terrified and didn't dare to move forward again. He already understood that if Jiang Tian had struck him heavily earlier, then he would have died a violent death long ago. Jiang Tian was obviously more powerful than the other Buddhas. He was on par with the sect master of flame and was even on par with Tathagata. No wonder he could kill millions of demon slayers. He's so powerful. Many of the people present understood what was going on. Their faces were filled with fear, and they no longer dared to underestimate Jiang Tian. Taichu, I did gather the army because I know the demon spirit is strong and I won't give up easily. I have to scare you. Fo Xian's face turned pale. He suppressed his anger and shock and looked at Jiang Tian, who was floating in the sky like an immortal. He said in a deep voice, "But I'm doing this for the sake of the people of the north. The longevity sect is full of evil and evil. Our Buddha wants to convert you. This is also for your own good. Otherwise, you will fall into the demonic path like Ming Rui and be consigned to eternal damnation." Your Fo Xian? Jiang Tian's expression was calm as he coldly smiled and said, "Fire Beacon City's group said that everything was your plan. Fo Xian didn't deny it and couldn't deny it." "Convert me? Demon Dao?" Jiang Tian smiled coldly and said, "However, I think that you're the greatest demon, right? If I didn't accept your conversion, Fire Beacon City and the others would have killed hundreds of thousands of Yen Huang tribe people. What crimes did the Yen Huang tribe have committed? You killed the innocent. If you're not a demon, then what is?" As soon as these words came out, everyone was surprised. "Bastard!" Hua Burning Heaven laughed and said, "The Yen Huang tribe people are weak. The Yen Huang tribe people are weak. In the eyes of the sect leaders of the great sects, you're not even comparable to ants. You're just a lowly life form from Earth, and you dare to kill the disciples of the great sections. I think you're tired of living. Humiliate my people? I'm an ant? Do you know that those who humiliate others will be humiliated?" Jiang Tian narrowed his eyes and sneered. He slapped across the air. "Ant, you dare to attack me?" Hua Burning Sky was furious. The Yuan Qi in his dantian exploded. 9 fire dragons flew in the sky and wanted to stop Jiang Tian's slap. Rumble! The 9 fire dragons were formed by endless red lotus hellfire. They were more than 100 zhang long and were extremely powerful. They were extremely hot and could melt gold and iron. They could destroy all attacks. After all, he was the sect leader of the Flame Worship sect and controlled the Red Lotus Hellfire Pagoda. He had an inexhaustible supply of Red Lotus Hellfire. These fire dragons were many times stronger than Fire Beacon City's fire attacks. Each of them could melt the attacks of a Great Circle Jindan expert. But, under Jiang Tian's palm strike, a loud rumbling sound rang out, and the 9 giant dragons were smashed into smithereens. Hua Burning Sky was knocked 100 meters away. When he stabilized his body, everyone was shocked to see that a clear handprint had suddenly appeared on his cheek, and it could be seen down to the slightest detail. At this moment, many experts and millions of people gasped in unison. Even Xiaolingyu and Mei Jianan were shocked. The palm strike that suppressed Fuxin was already stunning enough. At this moment, Jiang Tian had shattered the 9 fire dragons with a single slap and sent Hua Burning Heaven flying. He was so powerful that it made people dumbfounded. "Oh God, that's a peerless sect master. He's even more powerful than Ming Rui. I can't believe he was slapped." Zhang Wen's eyes almost popped out. Jiang Tian didn't kill Hua Burning Sky, or rather, he didn't want to kill anyone. However, Jiang Taichu was able to send a peerless sect master flying with ease. This was enough to prove that Jiang Taichu's strength was far superior to Hua Burning Heaven and the other sect masters. Chapter 1170. Kang Taichu's current strength is at least 10 times, no, 100 times stronger than when he was at the Golden Lotus platform. I don't know if he had deliberately suppressed his cultivation before, or if his cultivation level has skyrocketed after a month of seclusion. Lung Jianfeng's face was pale as he muttered to himself. At this moment, the tens of thousands of people on the Golden Peak had been scared out of their wits by Jiang Tian's strength. Regardless of whether it was Jiang Tian who had turned into a golden rainbow and pierced through the mountain-guarding Grand Formation, Jiang Tian who had suppressed Fuxin, or Huafenshin who was slapping Huafenshin, they were all extremely terrifying. Jiang Tian looked around and said indifferently, "You call the Yen Huang tribesmen ants and treat their lives like grass. Who would have thought that in the eyes of Kang Taichu, you are also ants? If I want to kill you, who can stop me?" Arrogant. Arrogant. Too arrogant. One of the fire worship sect's supreme elders, Hui Yen, was so angry that black smoke and sparks were coming out of his nostrils. At this moment, his entire body was trembling with anger. Jiang Tian had destroyed Fire Beacon City and slaughtered tens of thousands of disciples. This was already an unbearable loss for the fire worship sect. Now, Jiang Tian had sent sect leader Huofenshen flying with a slap. He had trampled the fire worship sect's face to the ground. As a living fossil, Hui Yen could not bear such humiliation. Kill him. Immediately, with Hui Yen as the leader, the 4 fire worship sect's grand elders were all experienced great perfected Jindan realm experts. They were all filled with righteous indignation. Fire-based Yuan Qi burst out, burning the void until it collapsed as they closed in on Jiang Tian. If we don't get rid of this kid, the West Earth will not be at peace. This kid's cultivation level is extraordinary and his talent is exceptional. In time, he will definitely fight for the West Earth. At that time, we will be in trouble. We have to kill him in the cradle. Xiao Lingyu, Mei Jiaonan, and the other experts looked at each other and closed in on Jiang Tian. Their Yuan Qi burst out and their auras rose. Everyone stop. Suddenly, Tathagata extended his right hand and bellowed, "Please listen to this penniless monk." In this world, Tathagata of the Golden Rock Temple was known as the revered one of the world. His status was supreme, and his words carried enormous weight. "Revered one of the world, please speak." As soon as he spoke, everyone stopped in their tracks and retracted their killing intent. They bowed and put their palms together to show their respect. Although the Taichu sect master has a demonic heart, he also has a Buddhist nature. "You've said it well." Tathagata smiled. "All life is equal. No one is an ant. Everyone is the spirit of all life. We are all life, the Yanhuang tribe are all life, and the demons are all life." Fire Beacon City and the others want to kill the Yanhuang tribe. Sect leader Blazing Sky thinks that this is a matter of course, but he is wrong. The Bodhisattva's killing intent is too strong. Demonic barriers are everywhere, causing millions of people to die an unnatural death. He is also a sinner. Alas, Tathagata is so kind-hearted. Everyone was astonished. They hadn't expected Tathagata to respond in such a manner. He even exposed his own family's dirty linen and blamed everyone. Wrong? And then? Jiang Tian laughed. "Love and hate are but fleeting clouds. Greed, anger, and foolishness are but illusions. Evil creatures of karma. I think the Taichu sect master should understand this with his wisdom." Tathagata smiled. This poor monk wishes to form a good relationship and uphold justice. Golden Rock Temple and many other sects have made peace with the Taichu sect master and turned hostility into friendship. Many people who supported the Demon Slayer army will become Buddhists and convert to Buddhism. They will reflect on their mistakes and no longer care about worldly affairs. As for the Bodhisattva, this poor monk will punish and discipline him severely. He will be demoted to an ascetic monk. He will face the wall for 100 years and reflect on his mistakes. He will practice asceticism for 100 years and purify the souls of the dead. He will practice medicine for 100 years and save millions of lives. He will use 300 years of merit to atone for his sins today. This disciple obeys the orders of the revered one. The Bodhisattva seemed to have been struck by lightning. His face was as white as paper. He trembled and kowtowed, tears rolling down his cheeks. Demoted to the lowest level of ascetic monk, falling from heaven to hell. He had to atone for his sins for 300 years. He would never have the chance to be Tathagata again. "That's it? You want us to convert to Buddhism?" Huofenshen and the others immediately looked unhappy. They knew that Jiang Tian was powerful and that Tathagata was doing this to protect them, but they were still unhappy. Besides, no matter how powerful Kong Taichu was, they might be able to defeat him together. The beautiful man chuckled. His voice was crisp and soft like the chirping of an oriole. He said, "Revered one of the world, are my disciples going to be killed by Jiang Taichu for nothing?" Xiao Lingyu was handsome and carefree with a melancholy temperament. He said coldly, "Revered one of the world, with the help of Golden Rock Temple, it will be easy to destroy this monster." Do you think you'll get anything good if you let go of this opportunity? Kong Taichu has already taken over the Changshan sect. He'll destroy the other sects and Buddhism in the future. Kill him. We can't let him live. Huofenshin clenched his teeth and his eyes were filled with hatred. It was humiliating to be slapped by Jiang Tian in public. If Jiang Tian didn't die, he wouldn't be able to eat or sleep in peace for the rest of his life. Is this demon so terrifying that even Tathagata is afraid of him? More people were shocked and couldn't believe it. Jiang Taichu had killed millions of people from the Demon Slayer's army. Among them, there were many disciples of the Golden Rock Temple. However, Tathagata wanted to let bygones be bygones and make peace with Kong Taichu. In order to appease Kong Taichu's anger, he even punished the bodhisattva who he valued the most. Tathagata smiled and said, "Even if the Taichu sect master destroys Golden Rock Temple one day, there will still be people who believe in Buddhism. As long as there is faith, Buddhism won't be destroyed because of Golden Rock Temple. If you're willing to put down your weapons and become Buddhas, that's the best. If not, I can only invite you to a duel outside the mountain." Hui Yen, the Grand Elder of the Fire Worship sect, said with his immortal will, "Everyone, be careful. Maybe Tathagata can see that Kong Taichu is not to be trifled with. It's better for you to convert to Buddhism and preserve your strength." Hui Yen was even more powerful than Huofenshin. He was a living fossil who had seen a lot and had a unique vision. His words caused everyone to hesitate for a moment, their expressions troubled. "Let it go? You really don't have hair on your head, so you can't do things properly." Just when everyone was hesitating, Jiang Tian suddenly laughed loudly and revealed an expression of displeasure and displeasure. "What do you mean? How dare you be disrespectful to the world venerable and blaspheme Buddha?" Everyone's face froze. They couldn't believe it. Many bodhisattvas, arhats, and vajras were so angry that they couldn't sit still. Tathagata had already made an extreme concession. Could it be that this brat still wanted to fight and kill? Only Tathagata was still smiling. He asked, "Taichu, are you still not satisfied?" "No, it's not fair." Jiang Tian shook his head. "What I hate the most about Buddhism is that you put down your weapons and become Buddhas. Bad people kill countless people. As long as they wake up, they can become Buddhas. On the other hand, good people have to go through 81 tribulations to become Buddha. In my opinion, evil must be eradicated. Bad people have to put down their weapons and kill them. What if one day they want to pick up their weapons again? You've already killed so many people. Tathagata didn't hold it against you. What else do you want?" Xiaolingyu asked coldly. "Taichu, I'm just advising people to be good and to be reborn. I'm giving evil people a new path to change. When evil people are forced into a desperate situation, they'll be more destructive." Tathagata waved his hand to stop Xiaolingyu and smiled bitterly. "What about those who have already become Buddhists? For example, the Buddha Nature Bodhisattva wants to destroy Maolin City and kill 500,000 people to force me to submit." Jiang Tian did not budge an inch and retorted, "He's already become a Buddhist, but he's still doing evil. Where else can he go now? What other excuses can he find? Today, you want to build a good relationship and protect others. I can give you face, but this guy is the culprit. I have to kill him. Or rather, I want to kill the Buddha Nature Bodhisattva and then go to Golden Rock Temple. Are you willing to accept me?" The smile on Tathagata's face gradually disappeared and a heavy Buddhist aura spread out. "Taichu sect master, do you have to be so aggressive?" he shouted in a low voice. Suddenly, it was as if thunder had exploded in the void. Lightning shot out in all directions, and a chilly wind suddenly attacked. Just a moment ago, the Golden Peak was still calm and peaceful, with auspicious clouds and golden light. It was extremely auspicious. But now, it was filled with murderous intent and thunder. The scene was shocking. "Aggressive?" Jiang Tian sneered and retorted sarcastically. "Maolin City is just a small border city with few cultivators. Today, those who are participating in my ascension ceremony and standing with me are only a handful of golden core powerhouses. It can be said that they are weak and alone, unable to support the situation. And the Buddha nature Bodhisattva gathered an army of 1,030,000 golden core cultivators to threaten me with the lives of 300,000 Yen Huang people. That's aggressive. Bald bastard, when he forced me, you didn't stop him as his master. You're obviously tolerating him. When things don't work out, you want to pretend to be an expert and mediate. May I ask if you're qualified? You're fishing for praise and hypocrisy. You're also involved in this massacre and your hands are stained with blood. Can you stay out of it? You deserve to die too. I didn't kill you and only killed the Buddha nature Bodhisattva because I didn't want to provoke a conflict between the Buddhists and the Changshan sect. I didn't want to make the people bleed and suffer. Jiang Tian placed his hands behind his back and paced in the air. His tall and straight body was like a peerless heavenly sword as he said in a powerful voice. I'll give you one last warning. Today, I'll kill the Buddha nature Bodhisattva. Monk, if you continue to nag, I'll flip your lotus, wash your golden peak with blood and kill all your bald donkeys. Jiang Tian's words shocked everyone. The millions of people present were dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. Tathagata of the Golden Rock Temple was known as the revered one of the world. He had profound dharma and great supernatural powers. He was the supreme ruler of the world. In the eyes of everyone, he was a true Buddha. He was like a high and mighty deity that needed to be looked up to and worshipped. Jiang Tian dared to call him a bald bastard and said that he was fishing for praise. He said that he should be killed and threatened to kill all the monks. Chapter 1171. Supreme One of the World, this disaster was caused by me. I'm not afraid of death. I'm willing to bear the consequences. The Buddha nature Arhat couldn't take it anymore and shouted. Beside him, Hua Burning Sky, Shaolin Yu, and the beautiful man also stepped forward and said coldly, as long as Kong Teichu can kill us, we're willing to bear the consequences. We're willing to bear the consequences and accept our deaths. These three were all peerless sect masters, giants of the current era. They were experienced perfected golden core cultivators and were only a step away from forming the nascent soul. These juniors of Fire Beacon City couldn't compare to them. In their opinion, the three giants and the Buddha nature Arhat would definitely succeed if they attacked Kong Teichu together. Hui Yen, the fire worship sect's grand elder, shook his head gently and said with his divine sense, Arhat, everyone, the four of you might be able to do it together, but you'll have to pay a heavy price. Originally, if we attacked in Maolin City, with the threat of the Yen Huang tribe, Kong Teichu would be cautious. We had a good chance of winning. But now, the situation has taken a turn for the worse. The battlefield has been moved to the naked ceremony of Golden Rock Temple on Thunder Mountain. Are we going to smash Golden Rock Temple and let tens of thousands of elites and pillars of the sect bleed? This, the four hesitated. The Buddha nature Arhat's face was pale. He had never been so aggrieved before. That was true. The naked ceremony was a gathering of elites and experts, but no one expected it to be a hindrance to killing Kong Teichu. Kong Teichu was a perfected golden core cultivator and a true grand perfected golden core cultivator. He could destroy heaven and earth with a raise of his hand and kill tens of thousands of people with one move. At that time, the elites of many orthodoxies would die, and their lineages would be cut off. Now, you evil disciple, do you understand? Tathagata glanced at the Buddha nature Arhat and said in a low voice, if you can survive today, you'll still be punished to reflect on your mistakes for 100 years, practice asceticism for 100 years, and practice medicine for 100 years. Yes, Supreme One of the World. The Buddha nature Arhat bowed and then retreated step by step. At this time, Jiang Tian sneered and said, you want to run away? Buddha nature Arhat, if you dare to run one more step, I'll attack you immediately. Tathagata's face turned cold. Fellow Grand Primordium, I'll leave you with a warning. As long as I'm here, you can't kill a single person. You can't kill anyone. Oh? Are you going to make a move? Jiang Tian's expression was very interesting. As you wish. Tathagata said calmly, This penniless monk didn't want to kill you on account of the fact that it wasn't easy for you to cultivate. Furthermore, you insist on the idea of equality for all living beings and have a Buddhist nature. But now that I look at you, your killing intent is heavy, your hatred is like the sea, and your demonic nature is more than your Buddhist nature. Therefore, today I will go on a killing spree, slay demons, punish evil, and promote good to protect the peace of West Earth. This arrogant fellow really thinks that Tathagata is afraid of him. Seeing this, the beautiful man chuckled and teased, "Haha, I'm not going to let you go. Tathagata is just kind and benevolent. He cherishes life and is unwilling to kill people. Now that he has angered Tathagata, I think Tathagata will chop him into pieces." Tathagata is the only nascent soul realm expert in this world. This Kong Teichu is really courting death. Xiao Lingyu also shook his head and mocked, his eyes full of contempt. It was as if Jiang Tian was already a dead man in his eyes. Good. Tathagata is finally going to make a move. Kong Teichu, you dare to slap me. This time, you will be reduced to ashes. Hua Fenshin gritted his teeth and hated Jiang Tian to the core. His beloved disciple, Fire Beacon City, was killed by Jiang Tian and tens of thousands of disciples died in Jiang Tian's hands. That was nothing. The point was that he was actually slapped by Jiang Tian in public. That was a great humiliation. If Jiang Tian didn't die, he would probably live in endless humiliation and shadow for the rest of his life. He would never be able to raise his head again. Okay, Kong Teichu, do you want to kill me? Let's see how you're going to kill me today. Seeing this, the Buddha nature Arhat also revealed a hideous smile and his heart was full of disdain. I indeed underestimated you and didn't see your strength clearly. I can even say that my strength and talent are indeed inferior to yours. But there's one thing you'll never be able to compare to me. That's my Dao heritage and backing. My master is the top overlord in West Earth, Tathagata of Golden Rock Temple, the overlord of the world. Even if I bully you, what can you do with my master backing me up? What about you? What do you have? Kong Teichu is indeed talented, but he doesn't know the principle that the strong are easy to break. However, Leng Jianfeng shook his head and sighed. Tathagata has already given him enough face and done everything he could, but he didn't know when to stop and insisted on being aggressive. Now that Tathagata has attacked, it would be strange if he didn't die. Yet, after all, he's from Earth and doesn't know how vast the world is. He thinks he's great just because he killed a golden core cultivator. He doesn't know that Tathagata's strength has already reached the nascent soul realm and is extraordinary. Next to him, Zhang Wen also nodded and agreed. Once he enters the nascent soul realm, he can hold up the sky with one hand. He's called a heavenly lord. Many people around heard this and looked at Tathagata with reverence and fascination. He forced Tathagata to lower his head. How impressive is that? He'll be famous and secure his position as the sect master of the Changshan sect. He can brag about it for the rest of his life. If he stopped while he was ahead, I'm afraid he'll be doomed. He's also bluffing. I'm afraid he'll immediately reject the challenge. Many people discussed among themselves as they looked at Jiang Tian with disdain. When they saw Tathagata was about to attack Jiang Tian, among the tens of thousands of people present, from the peerless sect masters to the emperors of nations, sect disciples and ordinary people, none of them thought highly of Jiang Tian. Everyone thought that Jiang Tian was an ant trying to shake a tree and a mantis trying to stop a chariot. He was courting death. They even thought that Jiang Tian wouldn't dare to accept the challenge. Even Buddha nature and the others sneered and thought that Jiang Tian wouldn't dare to accept the challenge. All right, you've nurtured a traitor with tolerance. You deserve death for your crime. I want to kill you and then kill Buddha nature. Unexpectedly, Jiang Tian suddenly raised his eyebrows. His eyes were burning with the flames of battle, and a murderous aura soared into the sky. What? He accepted the challenge? Many people cried out in surprise. Tathagata, the dominator of the world, had been taught by 2 generations of Tathagata. He had entered the nascent soul level and had the power to destroy the world. Such an overlord stood at the top of the Westland and looked down on the world. Who could defeat him? My friend, we're holding a naked competition today. You and I are both overlords of the world. Our battle will be earth-shattering. Please move to the sky above Mount Arhat. Tathagata sighed. Mount Arhat was on the side of the Golden Peak. The Arhat Hall was where the disciples of the Golden Rock Temple cultivated. The entire mountain seemed to be made of gold. It flashed with golden light and was covered with runes and runes. Not even a peak-stage golden core overlord could destroy it. The two of them fought above Mount Arhat. Even if the battle was earth-shattering, the grand array of the Buddhist sect wouldn't affect the entire mountain. It could also block their Dharma powers so that the bystanders wouldn't be hurt. Tathagata slowly stood up, a lotus blossoming with each step. Finally, he soared into the sky and transformed into a golden light, shooting into the depths of the sea of clouds above Mount Arhat. I'll be waiting for you in the sky. Tathagata's voice was as loud as a bell, echoing throughout the entire Thunder Mountain, shocking everyone. All right. Jiang Tian stepped into the air and also turned into a beam of golden light, shooting into the sky like a shocking rainbow. The two of them disappeared from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. Only the sect masters, elders, monarchs, city lords, and family heads were left looking at each other in dismay. How can we miss such a great battle? Xiao Lingyu chuckled and rode on a cloud to follow him. I want to see Kong Teichu die with my own eyes. Huofenshen grinned and clenched his teeth, creating sparks. He turned into a fire dragon and flew up like a meteor. The others also came to a realization. The sect masters, elders, monarchs, and city lords all soared into the sky. In a blink, dozens of golden core cultivators who came to watch the battle all flew into the sky. How dare he accept the challenge? He's courting death. The Bodhisattva grunted and clenched his fists. He also flew up. Such an earth-shattering battle is rare. What if we can't see it in the clouds? The remaining Foundation establishment overlords were worried that the energy waves would be too strong, so they didn't dare to go closer. Everyone. Today, I want to see how this arrogant Jiang Taichu will be slapped to death by Tathagata. At this moment, some of the fire worship sect's elites controlled their raging flames to burn the sky. The clouds around them crackled as they were burned away. Only the clear sky was left so they could see the battle between Jiang Tian and Tathagata. Jiang Tian ascended to the sky and reached a height of 10,000 meters. He broke through the sea of clouds and saw a great sun leaping out from the sea of clouds. Its radiance was boundless, illuminating the sea of clouds within 10,000 li in a golden color. Tathagata stood above the sea of clouds. His body was huge, and endless Buddhist light appeared behind his head, forming dazzling halos. His majesty was boundless, and his magical powers were vast. He was indeed the Buddha of this world, the dominator of a world. Kong Teichu, you shouldn't have accepted the challenge. Lord Tathagata smiled mercifully. You shouldn't have taken over the position of the sect master of the Changshan sect. This sect is completely evil. You don't know how to cherish your reputation. I won't be able to explain myself if I don't kill you. Lord Tathagata, evil is the past. In my hands, this sect will go on the right path and protect this world. Jiang Tian said calmly. However, you disregarded justice and righteousness and sided with the Buddha. I had no choice but to kill you. I, Jiang Taichu, will definitely take revenge and seek justice. Kong Teichu, you're too arrogant. Lord Tathagata smiled. You're young and arrogant. You're invincible in the three realms of earth, sky, star, and heavenly kingdom. You think you're invincible, but you don't know the vastness of the universe. There are many overlords beyond your imagination. You seem to be a Foundation establishment cultivator, but you can't hide from me. In fact, you formed a supreme fake core and can kill a nascent soul overlord. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.